What's gallery?
Shinigami's tutorial. Don't forget this stuff.
Okay. Hey guys, it's me. Here with another Let's Play of this amazing game. I actually don't like this game that much, but it might just be because of the prologue. Maybe the actual game will be a lot better. Uh, but yeah, time to start chapter 1. No, you missed a lot, actually. All the characters we met died. Um, I'm not even joking. Except for our protagonist. Oh, we're chained. Okay, Makoto. Why do we have a cape?
Where am I?
Good question, I don't know. Hope's Peak Academy, I guess. Oh yeah, that girl, that's the ghost.
What do you think of my awesome powers? This is what you obtained in exchange for your memories, Master.
Why are your chests jiggling?
You did this, Shinigami? Is this why I made a pact with you? I don't understand any of this. Where are we?
Yeah, so I feel like you should watch the first stream, because it is still available to watch as a video. After this. It'll make things make a lot more sense.
Simply put, it's an alternate universe. It's got that kind of vibe, right?
An alternate universe.
And you don't sound surprised. Come on, it's awesome!
I love her so much.
You probably think it's cliched, huh? Well, this isn't any old alternate universe. Check this out. Ta-da! This is the Mystery Labyrinth. It's a maze that materializes mysteries from the real world.
Materializes mysteries?
Unsolved mysteries become lost to time, right? Well, here, they actually take shape as a mystery labyrinth. Now, this maze is the materialized form of the unsolved murders that took place on the Amaterasu Express.
This maze is the mystery?
I have the power to interact with this mystery labyrinth. That's why we were able to come here in the first place. Anyway.
You're so cute.
We're gonna beat the Amaterasu Express Massacre Mystery Labyrinth.
What happens when we beat it?
In every case, there's a hidden truth. And we have to find the truth deep inside this mystery labyrinth. So, if we beat this mystery labyrinth, the truth of that case will be revealed. Naturally, so will the true identity of the killer. Now, let's solve this thing.
I can't wait to take all these characters and put them into a killing game.
You couldn't solve it in reality, so we're solving it in this alternate universe. They're two sides of the same coin. But whether or not you discover the truth depends on the person entering the labyrinth. The more complex the mystery is in the real world, the more complex the maze will be too. Killers in real-world cases throw whatever obstacles they can at investigators, right? Those are also materialized into the maze, so this is gonna be a tough battle.
So, you're saying there are traps in there?
Yup. Looks like you're finally getting it. Now that I've explained it all, let's head into the dungeon.
Hold on. I don't understand any of this.
Seriously, you don't get it?
A mystery labyrinth is a maze based on a real mystery. This one is formed from the murder on the Amaterasu Express.
Yep, you're right so far.
So, if there's always a hidden truth inside a mystery labyrinth, if we keep going, the Amaterasu Express case will be solved?
Yup, you totally get it.
makes no logical sense!
Sheesh! This is why you're a benchwarmer detective. You're in an alternate universe and hung up on details.
Of course I am!
Okay,
Not Kibo and not Aoi are funny.
explore the mystery labyrinth.
Sorry, not Makoto and not Aoi are a very funny, Sorry, no, this is more like not Shuichi and not Aoi. No, not Shuichi and not Angie are a very funny duo.
If you have any more questions along the way, stare at my boobs for 8 seconds.
What?
That'll make all your worries disappear.
No, it won't! Please, explain everything now!
Relax, relax. I'll tell you in due time.
Why are
Come
you
on,
looking at her
let's go.
boobs?
Time to unriddle this mystery labyrinth. Sorry, I forgot to mention the important keys. Whoopsie.
Keys? You mean for opening doors in the dungeon?
Yeah, something like that, but keys in the mystery labyrinth are used to break through mysteries. They're called solution keys. and they're
Real,
essential
not
to
me
clear the
who's already
mystery.
dead.
So, where do I find them?
Solution keys are materialized clues for a case. Normally, you'd get them during the investigation. You kinda had to rush through the investigation this time around, so let's briefly review the case. For starters, try to recall all that happened on board the Amaterasu Express.
The Amaterasu Express? The Amaterasu Express is the only method of transportation in Kanai Ward. It's an automated, unmanned train with 5 cars. Its doors won't open while in motion, and windows are fixed in place. There were no stops before our destination, so the train kept moving until it arrived at the station. A monitor in the backup control room displays the operation log, and there was no record of the train stopping.
Why are you throwing up?
Here's your solution key.
This game just keeps getting weirder and weirder, folks.
So this is a solution key. But why did it come out of your mouth?
What do you mean? So I don't have to use my hands. I worked really hard developing this method.
You put thought into this?
So that's how words and events you think are clues get transformed into solution keys.
I don't want to take your vomit key as a key, please. Real.
Let's keep reviewing what happened in this case.
Alright.
I don't think I want to.
My best. The incident occurred inside the Amaterasu Express while it was still moving. Including myself, there were 6 master detectives on board.
Not Jin Kirigiri, not Kiyotaka, not Chiaki, not Miyu, and not Kazuichi.
Aphex and Pucci's abilities confirmed, there were no other passengers on the train.
And who died first again?
It was Zilch, in the first car's infirmary. I noticed smoke pouring through the crack of the door, and looking through the window, I saw a knife stuck in Zilch's chest. The infirmary was on fire, so smoke quickly filled the whole area. I hurried to open the door, but it wouldn't budge because it was locked.
Does that mean this was a locked room mystery?
Not really. There's a chance the killer had a duplicate key.
That's no fun.
Anyway, I broke the door's window and unlocked the door from the inside to enter the infirmary. By then, Zilch's corpse had burnt to a crisp. I wanted to alert the others, so I moved to the second car. But I found Melamie's corpse there. I think she was set on fire with the liquor in the dining car.
Robbed Queen.
Ooh, a plum
Girl, you need to calm down. Real, this is literally Danganronpa just like speed ran without the killing game.
That reminds me, something was off about car 2. Right before the train entered the tunnel, there was a strange shaking.
Isn't that from entering the tunnel? It's like air pressure. Wind stuff.
And there was a blackout right after, although it only lasted a moment.
Yeah. What was up with that blackout? Was there one on the other side of the tunnel
Bless
too?
me.
No, when we exited the tunnel, there was shaking again, but no blackout. There was something else too. Something that happens when we were in the 4th car.
I wonder if that's a clue. And the next corpse was the little girl in the 3rd car?
Yeah.
Oh,
it was
not
Poochie,
Chiaki.
another burnt body. Just like the first 2 cars.
Oh yeah, wasn't there a secret base thing in the 3rd car?
You mean the backup control system? I remember something about that. The control system automatically manages the electricity within the train. When the main control system fails, it will switch to the backup system after 1 second.
Azukon, never mind. They really did take 3 of the best characters from Danganronpa 2 and just like merge them together.
You may have amnesia, but you've got a pretty good memory. Anything else you can remember?
I did notice that the backup control system was actually operating.
Well, that's crazy.
If the backup was on, that means the main system was down, right? What do you think about that?
The train never stopped, so it doesn't change the fact that no one could get in or out, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Next, you found the geezer's corpse in the 4th car, right? He was also covered in burns. Was there anything strange about that corpse?
The fact
He
it
didn't have
existed.
any external wounds, but he was holding the cell phone he uses for his photography ability.
Oh yeah, that useless ability. It's basically no better than a dash cam. Anyway, forget about the geezer for now. Don't want that old man smell haunting my memories.
Is there someone with like superhuman speed? I don't think so.
Next and last is the 5th car. Come on, try to remember it.
The body we found in the 5th car was completely charred. It was impossible to tell who it was. But the necklace around the corpse's neck confirmed it was Aphex. We also discovered a stab wound to the chest.
Which makes me think it's actually Zilch, but with Aphex's necklace.
Also, judging by things like the plate on the wall, the 5th car appeared to be far more burnt than the other cars.
Maybe the room ended up like that because the victim was on fire and running around trying to put it out.
Oh, and the blood on the interior lock of the 5th car's infirmary is an important clue, I think.
Uh-huh. So, I guess that does it for our review of the case?
Wait, there was something else. After the train arrived at the station. According to the Peacekeepers' reports, they all burned to death. But that part seems off to me. And they also mentioned there was a knockout drug mixed into the drinks in the dining car.
Which is what knocked Yuma out.
Yeah, I think that's everything of note.
Oh my god, I hate you. just for
What a
this.
big catch! There should be enough solution keys to solve it.
But I still don't know how to use them.
Master, you worry too much. I'm sure it'll turn out fine. Solution keys are important to solving mysteries. Yours truly is important too. Sure hope you got all that down.
Melanie was robbed.
Shinigami's Tutorial Corner! Hey, Master, do you need a power-up? Set whichever skills suit you best. Time to head off in search of the truth. Let's solve this thing.
Just want to put you all in killing games. It's the only
Things
reason why I'm playing this
really
game.
turn out fine.
Okay, but where did the cape come from? Oh, and we're in hell, guys. Well, what the fuck?
So, this is the mystery labyrinth. It sure looks creepy. Hey, if we keep going, will we really get to the truth?
Come on, would I lie to you?
Probably.
I told you the deepest part of the labyrinth holds the truth, right? So, let's go. I'm so horny for mysteries right now.
Yo,
You're... what?
real.
Gotta write this down.
What? Okay. I don't follow what is going on.
Hey, did something move just now?
Oh, that's a cue.
Q? Is that a monster living in the mystery labyrinth?
They're not exactly monsters. Q are part of the mystery labyrinth itself. They're what materialize the mysteries. Q have no intelligence or autonomy. All they do is manifest the mysteries in the labyrinths. But since you are here to defeat mysteries, they're kinda like obstacles.
So in other words, they're the enemy.
Of course, as a detective seeking the truth, mysteries are your greatest enemy.
Real. I don't. This game just confuses me, folks. What happened to the doors?
Hmm?
What?
What is that?
It's Ball Monokuma. Okay, but it's kind of cute though. Ugh. Ew. Why do you? Oh, it's the Money Man. It's you.
What the? There are monsters here!
That's a mystery phantom.
A mystery phantom? What's that?
I told you that cues make mysteries materialize, right? Well, if there's someone in the real world trying to interfere with the case, that person also materializes. That's a mystery phantom.
Interfering with the case? Hey, doesn't he kind of look like Swank of the Peacekeepers?
If the Peacekeepers are tied up in this, then maybe this incident has something to do with Amaterasu Corporation.
You're the culprit.
Ciao. Anyways, so
Huh?
This is really giving me Ultra to stare.
Since all
Money
the
Man with gay
passengers
colors.
on the train are dead, you're the only one who could have done the crime. So you're the culprit. That's the truth behind this case.
What is with Danganronpa and like having characters have their tongues like no 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 like what? How do
Master,
you
he's trying
speak?
to frame you to bury the case. If you can't get past this, you can't reach the truth.
What do I do? Should I just run away?
A detective doesn't run from a mystery. You gotta defeat him.
Put the power straight.
How?
Be straight.
Master, are you ready to give your life for the truth?
No.
Huh?
Just say, I am.
I am.
What the fuck?
What?
What?
Sword.
Why do I play this
It's a
game?
solution blade. It's a sword with special powers to affect things inside the mystery labyrinth. Use that to boom kill the mystery phantom. Let's do this.
Whoa, slow down. How do I use this?
I'm sure you'll figure it out eventually. Anyway, damage you take here is nothing to sniff at. It's not like an injury in the real world, but still.
She's the fan service character.
The more and more your mind realizes you've been hurt here, oh boy, you'll wind up brain dead. It'll be game over, time to start from the beginning again. No one wants that, so you'd better be super careful. Come
She's a
on,
tattoo on her tit.
You're dead, Master? I'll tell you a mystery labyrinth secret.
Dodge upwards, dodge downwards, dodge left, dodge right. Okay.
Dodge, 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 dodge. Come on, Paige, don't you forget. Don't let Maxwell go.
It's a lot of dodging.
No need to draw this out. You're the culprit behind this case. You murdered 5 bastard detectives. That's the only explanation. Everyone else is dead. You're the only one who could have done the crime.
It's like Clash Trials, but like weirder.
What do I do?
Give up.
Master!
No need to draw this out. You're the culprit behind this case. You murdered 5 bastard detectives. That's the only explanation. Everyone else is dead. You're the only one who could have done the crime.
I'll slash through this mystery.
What? Okay, we really are in Danganronpa.
No! There's no way I could have done it! I wasn't conscious the whole time because I drank the drugged coffee in the dining car.
It's no use. Your deduction is wrong.
Master, it's time for the solution key. You better not be skimming over this.
You were out the whole time. Ridiculous. You're the culprit. You knew it was drugged. That's how you avoided being knocked out. Other detectives were drugged. And you went around killing them all. You're busted. You took the laced coffee and only pretended to drink it.
This is the truth.
Real, bring back in mind snowboarding.
Zange's photography footage showed me drinking the coffee. That proves I wasn't faking anything.
Child, anyways, so
Did I defeat it?
See? No matter how weak you are, things will turn out fine. As long as I'm...
He tried to frame me as the culprit.
Guess that's what Amaterasu Corp is doing. They want to set you up and call it a day. That's why the peacekeepers barged in as soon as the train hit the station. They probably planned this.
So they knew what was going to happen. Then the culprit works for Amaterasu?
Or someone hired by them. Either way, the peacekeepers want to hide who did it.
So the reason Control Headquarters didn't respond to the emergency calls was because of Amaterasu.
Probably. Now that we know what they're aiming for, we're one step closer to the truth.
Real, this is Makoto.
Let's keep this up and unriddle this mystery labyrinth so we can...
You're awfully casual about this. My life is at stake.
If Makoto was Shuichi's talent.
I understand now that the mystery labyrinth is the case's mysteries given shape. But what do you do here, Shinigami?
Simply put, I'm the one and only cutie that can directly interact with the mystery labyrinth. Progress you've made in the mystery labyrinth and solving those mysteries here, it's all thanks to me.
How are you able to do this?
I don't know what to tell you. I've always been able to do this, so I forgot how. More importantly, you got drugged and knocked out. You are so pitiful, Master. No wonder you're wandering around like a toddler.
Oh.
I thought I was dizzy because I've got this weird ghost thing haunting me.
Making a pact with me won't make you dizzy. It just reduces your lifespan by a lot.
You're kidding, right? Right?
Anyway, who do you think is the culprit, Master? Yeah.
If the drinks were drugged in the dining car, the culprit must have been on the train before anyone else.
Oh, so then all you have to do is ask around and figure out what order everyone got on board. Oh, wait a minute. You can't, because they're all dead!
Gee, who would have thought?
You aren't taking this very seriously, are you?
Oh,
This place. Whoa. The path is forked in two. Which way should I go?
This fork in the path is also a materialized mystery, so you should know which way to go if you solve it. First, let's clarify what mystery this is exactly.
Huh? How do you do that?
Like this.
Huh?
uh,
Blood! Blood!
Quit overreacting, Master. This is a mystery labyrinth. It's fine. Anyway, take a look. I used the blood of the Truth Seeker as a conduit to expose the mystery blocking the path.
Is that a question?
That's the mystery standing in your way. You just need to pick the right path and head on through.
6 on the train. It must mean the 6 master detectives, including me. If I don't think the culprit is among the 6 on the train, then I should take the right path, which says no. But if I think the culprit is one of the 6 on board, I need to take the left path that says yes. Which is it?
There's only one truth. Then... Master?
has to be one of the 6.
So, you think the culprit is one of the 6 on the train, right?
Right here! Okay, let's go. Can I go through now?
Oh, you got it right? Not bad at all, Master.
But why is he back? No, I don't want to deal with your ugly ass.
Something happened! Why? Did I make the wrong choice?
It's trying to bury the truth again. Go get him, Master.
We're really doing this again. Okay.
Your deduction is wrong. Other than the 6 on the train, you must have had an accomplice. You two committed the crime. In that case, it all fits. Even if you couldn't do it alone. It was possible with an accomplice.
There wasn't an accomplice.
You created an alibi for yourself. Drinking the coffee and knocking yourself out.
Right.
Your deduction is wrong.
Nuh-uh.
Other than the 6 on the train, you must have had an accomplice.
This is the truth! Two master detectives used their abilities to prove that only 6 people were on the train. If it was only one person, they could have been lying or an imposter. But 2 of them means there can be no mistake.
Wrong! Your reasoning is completely off!
What?
What good does that testimony even do? Your accomplice just wasn't there when those 2 checked. But came aboard after that. So what if the windows don't open? While everyone out, you secretly stopped the train and let your partner board.
I'll smash through this mystery. The backup control room's operation log showed that the train never stopped. And the doors won't open unless the train stops. So it's impossible for someone to have gotten on during the trip.
Damn.
Looks like you're getting the hang of this, Master. You've learned to ruthlessly cut down any who stand in your way.
You make it sound like I'm the bad guy here. Hey, I was wondering, if the Mystery Labyrinth is trying to block people from seeking the truth,
Okay.
wouldn't it reject my answers, even if they're right? Or maybe the questions themselves could be lies.
No chance. A mystery labyrinth has no self-will. It can't lie or create things not based on the real-world mystery. This place is a direct manifestation of a mystery. You can always progress as long as you keep solving it. In that sense, the labyrinth is fair. It won't cheat you.
I see. It's a relief.
By the way, about the culprit being one of the 6 of you, how could the culprit commit the crime when all the other passengers besides you were dead?
Suicide? Suicide or faked? Oh, they could have faked their death.
Another fork in the road.
This is how we reach the truth. It reflects how problems are really solved.
Well, I don't know if I've ever actually solved a mystery on my own. I don't remember it all.
Doesn't matter. You just need to solve the mystery in front of us.
Sitting on the counter upstairs. I'm gonna go show you. I'm gonna grab your straw. I don't see it. You have one. Could be making a drink. It's the Kazu Gundam kit. I think it is too. When he got splash art, he was made to seem like he's like a main character. Like an important character. She's spinning everywhere. Yeah, your portable charger might be a little sticky. Okay. What's that then? And she killed him again. Everyone was dead, so how did the culprit? Oh, this is a hard one. They played dead. They had to have played dead. They had to have played dead.
Come on.
Huh?
I don't think this is right, though.
Oh, I got it. Master, leave this to me. This has to be the right answer.
Yay! Wait!
Why are we
Just
chained?
plain dead. Because if they did commit suicide after the crime, they'd be dead right now. And that's no fun at all.
That's your reasoning? Wait, what's this chain?
I told you we share mind and body. The chain is proof of that. Our relationship can never be broken apart.
That's terrible!
Please, you should consider yourself lucky you're being haunted by a cutie like me.
But what if he's gay?
I'm so tired. I pulled you up here, so you can walk the rest of the way yourself.
I didn't ask you to do that. So you think this path will lead toward the truth, right?
No idea.
I don't think they would have lit
Labyrinth.
themselves on fire. They aren't like
Gone into a town of
Celeste.
dead ends.
Whoa, watch out!
You see? What did I tell you? Dead end.
Don't sound so proud of yourself. You chose this path, Shinigami.
If it's a dead end, maybe the culprit wasn't just plain dead.
I searched all 5 bodies, and they were, without a doubt, dead.
Oh, so the answer isn't play dead. Let's turn back.
You changed your mind already?
Exploring all possibilities is an important part of beating a mystery labyrinth. I'm so awesome. By the way, I did say I can guide you through the mystery labyrinth, but I'm not that good at solving mysteries.
You could have said that a little earlier.
I just want to help. I like when you rely on me, Master.
Anyway, what's going on in the real world while we're in the mystery labyrinth?
Time has stopped on the other side. We're sort of set apart from the normal flow of time while we're here. In other words, you're still surrounded by peacekeepers.
So if we return without solving the mystery, we'll just be captured.
As a result, this murder case will remain unsolved and linger in people's memories as a serious crime. Naturally, this mystery labyrinth will also survive. And that creates an even bigger problem.
Which is?
Leaving a case unsolved means that it will go down in history that way. The more bizarre a mystery is, the more it attracts people's interest. And the more people rack their brains about that mystery, the bigger the mystery labyrinth gets. Eventually, the mystery labyrinth would gain enough power to start affecting the real world. It would implant insidious ideas into people's minds, creating more murderers, and in turn, new mystery labyrinths. Labyrinths can create endless cycles. That's why it's best to cut it off as soon as possible.
It sounds way more daunting than I thought.
Or they didn't play dead?
Finally back. The other route is commit suicide after the crime. There's no other option, so it has to be the right answer.
I feel like that's not right either, though. I doubt this is right. Something about it. I don't know.
Careful. But to commit suicide after the crime would mean... After killing the other four, the culprit killed themselves, right? Is that really the right answer?
The mystery labyrinth's routes represent logical deduction. If there's only one route, then it's the only possibility. I think the only option left is the culprit off themselves. They just need to find that suicidal pest.
I don't think that's the option, though.
What's going on here?
Oh,
This is part of the mystery materializing. You just need to solve it. Come on, Master! Concentrate! Come on, concentrate! Concentrate!
alright.
And if you go anywhere, you can, you have to go out the back door because you have the back door key.
Okay.
Because you need to, and you have to lock this door, but only lock the ceiling thing. Don't lock the handle.
Alright.
Yeah. And,
Okay.
Stop should have come in. This way is better than help.
If the culprit committed suicide after the crime, then the last person that died should be the culprit.
There you go. I didn't look for your earbuds because I didn't know where to
We
look.
found them.
I found them. They were inside of the white comforter thingy.
Oh, okay. Because I remember folding it though, but I don't know. Maybe you folded it. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, this is your thing, and it's clean.
Alright.
Right. So whatever you decide to do there is
So the culprit was suicide.
Right! Because they would be able to kill someone else if they off themselves already. Nice work! Come on, let's try again!
Who's hit?
Of course, the person who started the fires must be the culprit.
All five burned to death, so the culprit who died last totally burned himself. Come on, let's try again!
Who was the last person to be burned to death? I feel like it's Aphex. Wait, no, that's wrong. It's Zilch.
Come on, let's try again!
Zilch, Zilch, Zilch.
The one who burned the other four, then set themselves on fire, is Zilch.
Bingo! You did it, Master! But you know, idea that the culprit was the last to die, why would it be Detective Four Eyes? Didn't we discover his body first?
According to the Peacekeepers, the victims all burned to death, right? But when we first found Zilch in Car 1, he wasn't burnt yet. If that's the case, that means he must have burned to death after that. Although, everyone else we found after him had already died from burns.
Alright. So if they all burned to death, then the last one who died could be Detective Four Eyes.
I think the culprit killed everyone in the opposite order of how we found their corpses.
Rob's character. Bellamy, Rob Queen.
Starting from Car 5, he killed them in order one by one, then set himself on fire in Car 1.
So Detective Four Eyes is without a doubt the culprit, but he committed suicide, huh?
The door!
We were robbed of Bellamy. I agree.
Say something. Remember last time when you had a shower
Yeah.
and you said the bottom was dirty?
Yeah.
I thought you meant the carpet thing because I know
Yeah.
I washed the carpet thing, but Derek gave the dog a bath
Oh.
and went and I left it in there because I thought if you guys had a shower, I didn't want you to slip, so I just
No,
washed the
that's fair.
top of it and I washed the tub. So I couldn't figure out why you said it was dirty, and that's why it was dirty.
Fair enough.
But I took it out, I washed everything, and everything's good.
Okay.
So yeah, and I'm thinking because my tip's not usually dirty.
Worked?
All right, so I'm gonna
See,
get ready to
I
go.
told
so
you it would
I'll
be
here
fine.
shortly.
I'm such
Okay.
a terrific guide.
Yeah. Is that the end of it?
The doctor gonna go crazy when Dennis comes, so
Okay.
especially Bell because they'll fight for his love.
I guess that's everything. Seems easier than I thought. What's wrong, Master?
I'm wondering if that's really all that happened.
All right.
Something about this seems off.
It does? You think so?
Yeah, something also feels off about this. I agree with you, Mo.
Ah, what's going on? The conclusion? Is this the truth behind the case?
There's only one door. No other options. Maybe this really is the end. Kind of a simple conclusion despite 5 people dying. Well, I hope this was a helpful tutorial for you, Master.
Wait. Mystery labyrinths contain all the mysteries of the real-world case, including things like misdirection, right? Which means this could be an attempt by the culprit to mislead us.
So, you don't think this is the truth? What makes you say that?
I'm not sure, but I have a feeling the case isn't closed yet.
If so, then this door could be a fake.
How can we tell?
If you think it's fake, why not try breaking it? It'll be bad news if you're wrong, though. And I won't tell you exactly what will happen. I don't want to affect your judgment.
You've already affected my judgment. I guess the only way to find out is to destroy it. How do I do that? So it was fake! It was the culprit trying to throw us off the trail!
You should have just quit while you were ahead.
It's rare for a fake exit to appear. This mystery labyrinth is way tougher than I thought. Master,
Knew it
don't
was
let your
fake.
guard down.
Called it.
Make sure you drop your money before you drop dead. I promise I'll show mercy to your wallet.
Yeah.
And you're gonna use the back door, and Maynard's crazy.
Yeah.
There's a bowl of dog food on the counter.
Okay.
Just
throw him a few.
Yeah, just take a little bit in your hand and just sort. Hopefully, it does go underneath the stove.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, and then he'll get distracted, and then you can zoom out the back door.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah. Okay. See you in a bit then.
See you in a bit.
I wonder if Master can even make it. You can sure hope you got all that down.
Okay.
The culprit must be Zilch. The reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime.
That's right.
The culprit must be Zilch. The reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime. He burned the four passed out victims, then set himself on fire, and died from immolation. If you think about it, it's an easy case to solve. 4 murders, 1 suicide. That's the truth behind the case.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
The culprit must be Zilch. The reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime. He burned the 4 passed out victims, then set himself on fire, and died from immolation. If you think about it, it's an easy case to solve. 4 murders, 1 suicide. That's the truth behind the case.
I know for meant to cut. It's just I need to actually be able to cut through it.
The reason is obvious. Zilch is the only one who could have done the crime. He burned the 4 passed out victims, then set himself on fire, and died from immolation. If you think about it, it's an easy case to solve. 4 murders, 1 suicide. That's the truth behind the case. The culprit must be Zilch. Reason is obvious.
Yep.
And I don't know if you want to make like a mini pizza with the bun.
I might.
Could have done the crime.
Okay, because I do have mozzarella cheese in the fridge,
Okay.
and I have pepperoni in the fridge in a little bag,
Okay.
and there's mozzarella cheese there. I'll get you some sauce.
Immolation.
Okay.
There we go.
No. Now that I think about it, Zilch's suicide by fire doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Because when I saw Zilch through the window, there was a knife in his chest.
Yeah, preferably if you use a bun, use the round ones, not the long ones, because those are their expense. You bought them yesterday.
Yep.
Okay. He buys himself stuff and then he's like,
Fine. Oh, that's it.
until it goes rotten and then it goes in the garbage.
Let's see, coffee and diner.
Why was the knife stuck in the body? Of course I know why.
No, I had the wrong one.
Come on.
Yeah.
Why was the knife stuck in the body? Of course I know why. Yeah, it was to knock himself out.
Slash through this mystery. If his plan was to fall unconscious, he would have used the drugged coffee in the dining car. That's a much easier way to pass out.
This boss is not very smart.
So I'll still be on the counter. Of course.
Alright, sounds good.
And mozzarella cheese in the kitchen fridge.
Okay.
I'll take out the grater. Okay.
Okay.
And
I see.
you can actually
So
do
they're
it in a
trying to
toaster
mislead
oven.
you about the cause
Okay.
of death for
You know how to do
Detective
that
Four
toaster?
Eyes.
Yeah, I'll figure it out.
Okay, yeah, it's got everything on there.
Okay.
Right. The Peacekeeper said all the detectives burned to death. But Zilch's corpse in the first car is different.
What have we been for just under an hour? I mean, just over an hour.
To me, it looked more like he was stabbed to death.
So the Peacekeeper's report was a lie? But they had no reason to do that. If they wanted to set you up as the culprit, they'd be raising questions by fabricating reports.
Yeah, you're right. They all must have died by fire, after all. And for some reason, only Zilch appeared to have been stabbed to death.
No?
I get it. So that's what was bothering me. But no matter how hard I think about it, I can't seem to figure out what happened next.
Huh? Why's that?
I don't have enough clues about Zilch in the first car. I should have investigated it more after discovering the body, but I was too preoccupied with calling for help.
So we're stuck right here. I don't see any other routes to break through this mystery. I don't even know what mystery we gotta solve right now. But I do know there can't be a labyrinth without a goal. The truth is always behind a mystery.
The mystery is why Felix is missing teeth.
You wish you had investigated more, right? So, you think you'd have the answer if you'd done that?
Huh? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, fine. My secret weapon is so draining, I try to avoid using it as much as possible. But I just love it when you rely on me, Master.
I have a bad feeling about this. What are you trying to do?
This is all for you, Master. Ready, Master?
Wait!
Oh. Oh no, he has to spare eyes.
What's going on?
I'm extracting your memory and materializing it inside the mystery labyrinth. This is my super cute special weapon. See, if you investigate here, you might make some new discoveries.
Oh, the shock from all this is making my head spin.
You don't have any time to waste, Master.
Real hashtag stop you Yuma abuse.
This was pumped out of that slow brain of yours, so don't assume it'll stick around for long. You have until the pain in your head clears up. Now hurry and investigate.
Got it. I'll hurry. this cushion? Was it always there? Also, it looks like it has a hole in the middle of it. It was made by something sharp. What did this? Oh, so I can get solution keys here too.
You may have seen it, but forgotten. That just means you didn't think anything of it at the time. But it is in your memory, so you can use it as a clue.
You can do that? You're incredible.
Go on, keep complimenting me.
This blanket is mostly burned, but some parts near the knife are unscathed. It doesn't look like there's blood on the blanket at all. But how could that be? Oh, it's fading. I guess the pain is starting to go away too.
Looks like time's up. Well, did you find anything?
Yeah, I think I see the contradiction here. Although I'm not completely sold on it.
Come on, this is where you're supposed to declare, I've solved the mystery. Well, if you think you're on the right track, then I guess we should do this next.
Do what?
It's for when you're stuck in your deductions. Remember what I said earlier? Every labyrinth has a goal. So even when you're stuck, there's always a way out. And we're gonna find it by working together.
Working together?
Lay it all out, Master!
We're on a beach now? Welcome back, Jabberwock Island.
We're gonna expose the truth together! What? Ready? Aim! Fire!
Oh, so this is like, Hangman's Gambit.
The correct answer's somewhere inside your head, Master. Master, it's time for the solution key. Don't you forget. Let's work together as a team. Twirling, twirling, twirl place. Go, go, go. That's right.
I'm so confused.
That's right. When I saw Zilch through the window, it appeared as if the knife was stuck in his chest. But in actuality, He stabbed the blanket-wrapped cushion to make it look like he had been stabbed. That's why the blanket didn't have blood on it, even though the cushion was stabbed through. Zilch's death was a red herring. It was meant to mislead us.
Huh.
It's a new solution key.
If it was a red herring, that means he wasn't really dead.
Yeah, Zilch was faking his death to fool us. That knife was just to trick me into thinking he was dead when I looked through the window. But the Peacekeeper's report saying they all burned to death created a contradiction.
So the culprit was just plain dead. It's exactly what I said.
In a roundabout way, yes.
Which means that dead end in the abyss could have a new path now. Let's hurry back!
This game is confusing me. Oh, we're running along the train tracks now? Oh, I can't jump off the tracks. Darn it.
What's wrong?
It's too much of a hassle to go all the way back there. I don't want to walk anymore.
You're floating.
Some guy you are. Besides, you're not even walking.
Thank you,
I
Yuma.
despise effort and hard work. I want to head back the easy way. Oh, I know! I have a convenient transportation method, thanks to my awesomeness. It lets us go anywhere you've been before. Now is the perfect time to use it. See? Super easy.
Yeah, sure.
But unfortunately, using it does drain a little bit.
Drain a little bit of what? Do you have pee or something?
Your lifespan.
My lifespan? Again?
So we've passed through how did the culprit pull it off junction, and have taken the played dead turn again. Now that we have a new solution key, I'm sure we can solve this mystery and access what's ahead.
Let's give it a try.
Solution keys are important to solving mysteries. Yours truly is important too. We are gonna expose the truth together!
I'm getting Alice in Wonderland vibes.
Zilch was trying to trick us into thinking he'd killed himself.
But he burned alive.
A bridge!
See, didn't I say the path would appear? It's all because we found the right deductive clue to break through. I'm so amazing. You can pat me on the head if you want, Master.
Well,
This game is...
maybe later.
This is a fetish game. I don't like it.
We opened the played dead route thanks to the corpse red herring solution key. So Zilch really faked his death to mislead us.
If so, he is absolutely the culprit. Now, we just need to prove it.
But even if the Mystery Labyrinth is fair when it comes to solving mysteries, the real world will be different, right? What if Amaterasu Corp decides to protect the culprit, even if we prove who really did it?
Oh, you're worried they'll just cover it up? No need to worry about that.
Huh? Why's that?
Getting Ultra Despair Girls flashbacks from this game.
Let's save the fun for later.
Oh, the ground! It's falling apart!
You better run faster!
Why? Wasn't this the right route?
Maybe the logic still has some holes in it.
Ah!
Dumb.
Buster, you better concentrate!
When I saw Zilch through the window, he was faking his death with the knife through the cushion. That was definitely the real Zilch.
Oh.
The corpse I investigated was real, it just wasn't Zilch's corpse. In other words, Zilch swapped himself out for a real corpse.
Oh, it's my bad.
The corpse was switched right before I broke the infirmary window to open the lock. The blazing fire had filled the room with smoke, so I couldn't make anything out through the window. Zilch used that smoke as cover to switch himself with a dead body.
I get it. The fire wasn't only there to show he died from burning. It was also a smokescreen to swap out the corpse.
Right. In the smoke, he switched places with a corpse he had hit.
Why are we falling into a TV?
Next up, you need to deduce where the corpse was hidden.
Because the room was filled with smoke, he needed to put the body somewhere he could access immediately.
Where are you thinking?
If he needed to get to the body as quickly as possible, only one...
Blood place is suspicious. Better search every master doesn't make mistakes. Right? Right? Right?
Why?
corpse wasn't in here.
Oh wait.
The burnt corpse wasn't in here.
Where else could it be?
Here,
That's where I wanted to go in the first place!
that's it! The burnt corpse was hidden right there. Hey! Jeez, one after another. This is really bad for my heart.
We're not done yet! Hurry! Let's speed it up!
Shinigami, you might be fine because you're floating around, but this is really tough for me.
I can't believe it! He had the corpse hidden under the blanket? So, that four-eyed detective was sleeping next to a dead body. I'm so jealous!
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that.
This game is so weird. I also paid money for this game, so...
Zilch was lying in bed with the corpse. He got up once the smoke screen was ready. He took the corpse out from under the blanket, pulled the knife out of the cushion, and stabbed it. That way, even after he switched with the corpse, he could just hide to avoid me.
Where did Detective Four Eyes hide after that?
It must have been someplace with easy access, which must mean... under the bed. He could have quickly hid there.
Which means, if you checked under the bed at the time, you would have caught that four-eyed idiot.
But back then, I was in such a hurry to warn the other master detectives. I'm sure he calculated all that too. He knew I'd panic.
Maybe he was planning to take advantage of you from the very beginning, and that's why he let you live.
Yeah, I think Zilch was the one who peeked into the restroom while I was sleeping there. I was supposed to be sleeping in the infirmary, so he must have planned to move me before committing the crimes. I passed out in the restroom, but that didn't hinder his plans, so he went with it.
Speaking of which, wasn't it Detective Four Eyes who told you to go to the first car?
Yeah, he must have planned to make me witness everything and set me up as the culprit.
Aha! I think I'm starting to see the whole picture now. Not bad, Master. Maybe you were a big shot detective before you lost your memories.
No. If I really was a great detective, I would have caught the culprit in the infirmary before any of this happened.
I guess so. By the way, where did he get the corpse he was hiding in the blanket?
That corpse? Well, again!
I won't let you go any further.
Getting in our way again, huh? If you stand against my ruthless master, he'll chop you up and stir-fry you with veggies for dinner.
I will not!
This game is confusing. Are the dogs howling? Can you go check on them?
I'm lending you a hand from here on out.
Again, I'm in the middle of the stream.
Huh? Assist?
It's the rule of the Mystery Labyrinth to assist whoever you're accompanying. Now let's go, Master. Looks like you might not need assist after all, Master. This could be the clincher.
I won't let you pass! Enough of your nonsense! You think he's swapped with a corpse? It'd be impossible to switch like that. Someone who could replace Zilch would need to be the same size as him. He didn't have a bag that could carry a corpse. It would have been down at the station. It'd be impossible to get it on board. There was no corpse to replace anyway.
This is the truth.
There's no need to bring an extra corpse for the swap. It's Aphex's body from the 5th car. He and Zilch are nearly the same height, and both have stab wounds in their chests. So the corpse that was switched was Aphex's.
Damn it! How could someone like you find the truth? Truth.
He looks completely obliterated.
Now we don't have to fight anymore.
Even if that's true, don't let your guard down. The Mystery Labyrinth isn't over yet. Stay alert until the very end.
All right.
Aphex. His name's Aphex.
Wow. Who would have thought that short-tempered idiot would be used for a body swap?
Thinking back, the reason the corpses in the 1st and 5th cars were burnt was to switch them out. But the corpse was so badly burned that I couldn't tell it was Aphex. That must be what the necklace was for, so I could identify him.
Well, reusing a corpse is rather environmentally friendly of the culprit, don't you think? He totally went green. I mean, we gotta recycle everything in our day and age, so you gotta get the most value out of corpses too, you know?
Zilch?
Wait, I am not the culprit. I am a victim who was already killed. So, leave me alone!
Hey, he ran away! After him, Master!
Yeah.
You said the body in the 1st car's infirmary wasn't me, but Aphex? But you went to car 5 after car 1 and discovered his corpse there. How is the corpse transported from car 1 to car 5? That'd require moving past you.
Right, if he slipped past us, when did that happen?
Must be Aphex. I don't understand what's happening anymore.
Where did he run off to?
Can't read backwards.
Another mystery that needs to be solved. Thinking about it rationally, we have to assume that they carried the corpse through the train.
No, that's impossible. 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 Impossible.
And oh, bro became emo.
Zilch turned into a mystery phantom!
Get him, Master! Boom kill him so hard, his relatives get bruises!
A body can't get from car 1 to car 5. Just think about it. The train's halls are quite narrow. The corpse is heavy enough as it is. Lugging a corpse through the hallway, you would certainly have noticed. That means your deduction is all wrong. I'll say it once more. You cannot transport the corpse from car 1 to car 5.
That's true.
But you
Plus,
can.
when we investigated the private rooms, we kept the doors open for security. If someone had passed through the hallway, I probably would have noticed.
They would have had to sneak past me, too. There's no way anybody got through that corridor.
If we're certain nobody used that corridor, then the corpse must have been brought in from outside the train, not inside. If so, the culprit would need to be able to pass by us without being noticed.
What are you mumbling about? Just admit that your deductions were utter nonsense.
Okay, Byakuya. Real.
If they didn't pass through the train, you think the corpse was brought in from outside? The windows are all locked shut. If they didn't pass through the train, you think a corpse was brought in from outside? The windows are all locked shut. The doors lock when the train is moving. We know the train never stopped once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving. No issues occur during the train's operation. Even if you could get out, a body could not get in.
I know what to review.
Well,
If they didn't pass through the train, you think a corpse was brought in from outside? The windows are all locked shut. The doors lock when the train is moving. We know the train never stopped once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving. No issues occur during the train's operation. Even if you could get out, a body could not get in.
if they didn't pass through the train, do you think a corpse was brought in from outside? The windows are all locked shut. The doors lock when the train is moving. We know the train never stopped once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving. No issues occur during the train's operation.
Even if you could get out, a body could not get in.
Well,
If they didn't pass through the train, you think a corpse was brought in from outside?
the windows are all locked shut. The doors lock when the train is moving. We know the train never stopped once. If the windows and doors are shut, there's no way to get out while the train is moving.
No issues occur during the train's operation.
Here we go.
No, there was something strange. The blackout and shaking that happened when I was in cart.
Yes, can you pass me my Mountain Dew? It's in one of the. It's in the Valley Village bags.
When the blackout occurred and the shaking started, I'm certain something else happened in the train. Maybe it has something to do with the mystery of the moving corpse.
Don't be stupid. So what if there was a little blackout and some gentle swaying? Forget the shaking and the blackout. They were nothing but coincidences. The blackout was just a bad contact.
What does that mean?
Forget the shaking and the blackout. They were nothing but coincidences. The blackout was just a bad contact.
I'll slash through this mystery.
Kind of looks like Kazuichi, like this emo Kazuichi.
No, the blackout didn't occur because of a connection failure. It was due to the main control system failing and switching to the backup control system.
Can you check on the dogs, please? Oh, well, maybe having someone up there will stop them.
The blackout occurred during that 1 second when the system switched over.
hey, he ran away. A fleeing phantom is a bad phantom.
Is there such a thing as a good phantom?
After him. You gotta keep solving the mystery and boom kill that mystery phantom.
game is something.
Master, you may know the cause of the blackout, but what does that have to do with how the corpse was moved?
The failed main control system was in Car 1, where the body swap occurred. If so, then the main control system's failure must have something to do with moving the corpse.
So maybe the culprit broke the main control system. He must have attempted to stop the train to bring in the corpse from the outside.
But the train never stopped. The operation log confirms the train was moving the entire time, so I don't think he broke the system to bring the corpse in.
Then why did the main control system fail?
It must have something to do with moving the body.
How long is
But
this
we're unsure
chapter?
exactly how. Huh. In that... I knew it! A mystery is blocking you! Anything blocking you in here is also a mystery. So let's solve it to keep on going. So this is the question we're facing right now.
The main control system must have failed because something happened in the first car. If that's true, what exactly happened? If it's related to the body being moved, then how?
Master's expression is so serious. He must be thinking hard. Well, as his mentor, I better think hard too. The
She
main
kind of reminds me of
control system
Ibuki.
failing. The blackout? The train shaking? Oh yeah!
Derailed.
Why did the train shake like that? There was a blackout right before entering the tunnel that was caused by the main control system failing. But the culprit didn't destroy it, so the blackout happened because... wasn't there some shaking right before the blackout too? After the whole train shook, the blackout... I don't get it.
That's right! The train shook right before the blackout. We still don't know what caused that to happen. Whatever it was strong enough to make the entire train shake. It caused the main control system to fail and resulted in a blackout. If it had something to do with moving a body, then what must have happened was...
Ooh! Did I give you the assistance you needed? Close to solving the case now? Then it's time to combine our powers and solve this thing! Let's go, Master! Lay it all out! Are you ready to play the Shinigami puzzle? That's right!
I know exactly what happened.
That's right! That's not it! That's not it! That's wrong! That's right!
Oh.
Are you just ignoring me now? Only that's right!
failed? If so,
So maybe he must.
but so I don't think.
Then. But you're.
Ah!
I knew it! Anything block.
Ah!
So this is.
The main control. If that's true, if it's
Well, as his. The main. Oh, yeah! There is a. But the code.
that's right. Whatever it was, it caused the. If it had something.
Ooh! That it's time. Let's go! Look out! Set off! That's right! Go, go, go! That's right! Go, go, go! Great! That's right!
Girl has laser vision. I don't like the fact that the blood is red.
Could it be that the first car was
Huh? Separated? What? Seriously?
Yeah. The reason why the main control system failed was because the first car was cut off from the rest of the train we were riding in.
Let's keep going for now. Master, I don't really get it. What do you mean the first car was cut off?
The shaking happened just before the blackout, right? Huh? Did it just shake? What was that? The lights went out for a moment and came back on. At that time, the first car was disconnected from the rest of the Amaterasu Express. As a result, the main control system failed, and after a brief blackout, it switched to the backup.
But why cut off the first car? Why go through all that trouble?
Of course, to move the body in the train car. To do that.
Watch out! There it is again! It's bigger than ever!
How much longer will this keep happening? I feel like I'm gonna suffocate.
Now's not the time to be suffocating!
Again?
We need to resolve the mystery at hand.
Given that the first car was cut off so that the body could be moved. Right. I think I see what happened.
Seems like you got it. Let's do this! Lay it all out, Master!
Oh, the entire battle.
Let's work together as a team! You can do no wrong!
What?
Wrong! Great!
This game is too long.
That's right! He transported the corpse using the entire first car! That's why the first car was disconnected!
Transported the corpse? With the entire car? Nonsense. Shut up!
My dude has gone
The
full on
first
emo.
car is at the front of the train. Apex's corpse was in the fifth car, in the back. Even if you detach the front car, how do you move it all the way to the rear?
Master, don't be scared. Lots of villains transform after they've been cornered.
Calm down. Stay calm. Think. How could you swap the position of the first and fifth cars? If I can answer that, I can solve this mystery once and for all. How did it happen?
That reminds me. Master, earlier when you were talking about the shaking and mentioned the blackout? The blackout only happened once, but the shaking happened twice.
Yeah, it definitely shook two separate times. Right before entering the tunnel, and right after leaving it.
Quit
The
figuring
first time
around.
was when the train car was disconnected. But what about the second? Something happened to the train then, too. The shaking at the end of the tunnel felt similar to when Car 1 disconnected.
There's no point thinking about it. You're stuck in this labyrinth for all eternity.
Master, here it comes! You gotta solve the mystery and defeat him!
Your deductions aren't worth a damn thing. Because they're all wrong from the very beginning.
My dude's tweaking out.
So it shook twice near the tunnel. What of it? You mean the train car was separated, reconnected? Why would that even matter? Even if you managed to separate car 1, how could it be moved to the rear? The train was always running on the same tracks. There's no way to shuffle the train cars around. This is the truth.
No! At that time, not all the cars were moving on the same track. The track that the Amaterasu Express was on separated into double tracks right before entering the tunnel.
Ah,
So by taking advantage of the double tracks, it's possible to switch out the train cars.
the Hoge's doing the thing. That's how you know he's a protagonist. He has an Oga. Excuse me. He has an Hoge.
The first time the train shook was before entering the tunnel, which was caused by car 1 separating. After that, the separated car 1 entered the other track, while the rest of the train proceeded on the main track. The two tracks rejoin after the tunnel. That's where car 1 connected to the end of the train. This is when the train shook for the second time.
You're right! The first car moved all the way to the back!
Normally, it's impossible for a single train car to function on its own, but the Amaterasu Express is special. The control system will supply electricity as programmed and drive the train. But all train cars on the train have motors that run autonomously.
If each train car can operate autonomously, then car 1 can function on its own! Doesn't that solve everything? It's time you gave up!
No! That's crazy!
Huh? What?
Using your method to rearrange the train cars would connect the first car to the end, which would leave it behind the fifth car. In other words, it becomes the sixth car, but that doesn't exist. So, you're telling me you found Apex's corpse in the non-existent sixth car?
Oh, you're right.
No, no, he's not.
Do you get it? You're the one who's wrong. Everything you've deduced is wrong!
No, I'm not wrong. The truth lies just ahead of us. I will prove it to you.
Oh, and we're back in the barrel.
Let's work together as a team! Twirling, twirling, twirling! You're wrong! You're wrong! You're wrong! That's not it! Nice!
Maybe the Amaterasu Express doesn't have 5 cars. What if there were only 4 cars to begin with? If that's the case, then to me, car 1 could be made to look like car 5.
Huh? So there weren't 5 cars the whole time, but instead 4?
They were just
That's
told
what
that they were
Rory said.
5.
The fifth car's door was broken while we were in transit.
But you can access the 5th car, the one at the end. The door appears to be broken and won't open. So it wasn't broken. The 4th car was actually the farthest one back from the get-go?
I'm sure the real 5th car was left behind at the station when we departed. So the train took off with only 4 cars. There was another car 1 at our destination. If it connected upon arrival, then the train would have 5 cars again. So the car 1 where I was knocked out became the 5th car at the end of the line. And when I was questioned by the Peacekeepers, the car one there was another car prepared at the station specifically for this plot.
The real car one was waiting at the station's platform, and all the Peacekeepers there would have noticed it. So they were all in on it.
Or you can assume that the Peacekeepers themselves were the ones who prepared the other car one. If there was another car one, then there would be something that sets it apart from the original car one. For example, the way the window glass was broken in the infirmary would be different from how I broke it.
You mean when you used the fire extinguisher to smash the infirmary's window? So they knew you would do that? That's how they were able to imitate it in the new car one?
I think I was set up to reach for that fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher was left in a conspicuous spot in the hallway. They wanted me to use it to break the window. And that's how they pulled off swapping the first and fifth cars while in transit. It was all a trap to set me up as the culprit. Isn't that right? Zilch?
Oh. Oh, there's the end of the class trial.
All right, we're almost there. Let's catch this culprit. That was a pretty solid deduction. Very impressive. Of me foreseeing your potential.
It's so strange. It doesn't feel like I'm learning this stuff, more like I'm remembering it. Maybe I was even a high-ranking detective in a WDO.
Now's no time for bragging. You still gotta catch him.
Right. Everything feels different here.
This is just the calm before the storm. Be careful. You don't know what's gonna happen next.
The execution, obviously.
The first car looked like the fifth was a really big trick to pull off. I'm surprised the train cars could disconnect and reconnect so smoothly.
The train's automatic operating system must have had it programmed before we departed.
Even the trick with the swapping train car?
Probably. It had to have been done automatically.
Well, it'd be easy for Amaterasu. They own the train.
That's what I'm worried about. Even if I obtain the truth here, won't they just ignore what I say and arrest me anyway?
I keep telling you not to worry about it. As long as you have the truth, the culprit can't escape.
Why are you so sure of that?
Oh.
What is this?
Looks like a fort to me. With this kind of protection, I bet the truth is in there for sure. You just have to destroy it.
So the truth is here.
You can't have the truth. It's impossible to destroy this fortress. Just give up.
Whenever a culprit takes a last stand like this, you know we're just a step away from unriddling this lab. Master, time to show him how dangerous you really are. After all, he did try to set you up.
I'm not worried about that right now. We're so close to the truth. We gotta do this.
It's boot kill time!
Wait, what? What? Oh, the castle's falling. Uh, this game's never gonna end. Uh, she just ate him.
Shinigami's tutorial corner.
Okay.
Let's do this, Master. Oh, no one can stop me. What?
I won't let you have the truth. Go away! Give up and scram!
Racket and blit. I see. Easy peasy. Watch out.
Your deduction is wrong! Go away! Don't come near me! Don't come any closer! Stop it! Switching the first and fifth cards is just your imagination. It's a completely baseless lie. There's no evidence they ever swapped.
Yo, check. Come on, hurry up and decide. Use the solution key to smash through the wall, Master.
You're wrong! Huh? Come on! No! There are traces of a swap! The warped plate from Car 5!
The reason that plate was burned so thoroughly is because originally it said Car 1. Left as it was, it would have messed up your plot to make Car 1 look like Car 5. That's why you made extra sure it was burned beyond recognition.
Here I go.
That's nonsense! Plate burns the plate to disguise it? No! I didn't do that! Stop it! Stop! Go away! Get away from me! Get away! Get away! It just happened to be easily burned! But with it burned, you have no way of knowing what number car it was. So there's nothing backing up your deduction. You have no hard evidence proving that location was the first car.
Looks like we need another solution key to boom kill him. Good luck, Master.
There is proof! The bloodstain on the inner lock of the infirmary in Car 5! The culprit probably didn't notice it. But I remember. It's my blood.
What?
When I was trying to get into the infirmary in Car 1, I cut my finger on the glass. When I reached through to unlock the latch, I must have gotten blood on it. But that bloodstain would have been hidden while the inner lock was open. That's probably why the culprit missed it. My blood, which was left behind in Car 1, was found in Car 5. This proves that someone pulled off the car switching trick. This is the truth of the case.
Okay then.
I'm not done yet!
What? He's still going? Let us boom kill you already!
If Car 1 became Car 5, then where did the culprit supposedly hiding in the infirmary go? You had to have checked the 5th car, but the culprit wasn't there!
No one to give up, dude.
The culprit must have been hiding somewhere in the 5th car, probably someplace safe.
Oh. Okay.
I checked the restroom, but no one was there.
Nope.
It's impossible to go any...
I thought we established that they could be hiding under the blanket.
I even checked the infirmary. The culprit... Here!
I don't know what's happening anymore.
The culprit was hiding inside the main control room, which was locked shut the entire time. I didn't have the key, so I could never have gotten inside. I bet the culprit moved there from the infirmary while Car 1 was running on the 2nd track. If the train's management company, Amaterasu Corporation, was involved, the culprit may have had the key. And then they hid in a blind spot I couldn't see from the window. That's how they got past me.
No, it's not me! I'm not the culprit!
Great detective work! I call that a critical hit! He seems like he's barely standing. All that's left is to finish him off.
Finish him off? How do I do that?
Shove all your evidence into the solution blade and slash as hard as you can.
Closing argument.
Time to expose this crime. The cheats and everything. The correct answer somewhere inside your head map. This could be there's only one truth.
Well, that's not what I wanted to do. Train depart. That was not what I was expecting.
Step right up, step right up.
Closing argument time.
Master detectives slain before their time, and Amaterasu Corporation has master in their sights. Truth bombs are about to be dropped. Time for the deduction denouement.
It's just the closing argument.
The incident unfolded aboard the Amaterasu Express, which was on its way to Kanai Ward. I rushed onto the train as it was about to depart. At that time, the train was made up of 5 cars.
All because you were fast asleep in the lost and found, Master. If you kept snoozing, the case would never be solved.
When the train started moving, it was only 4 cars long. The 5th and final one was left at the station.
And so, the culprit scheme had already begun. Meaning Amaterasu Corporation was involved from the get-go.
On the train, the master detectives were gathered together in car 2. That was the dining car. And the culprit had already mixed a knockout drug into every drink there.
I bet the culprit was the first person on the train, so they could prepare in advance and wait for everybody else.
I felt unwell, and Melanie went to the trouble of pouring me a coffee. But after drinking it, I started to feel drowsy. I was hearing things at the time and thought that I might be seriously ill, but it was actually the drug.
Oh, so you thought yours truly was responsible? Sticks and stones do too much to a dead guy, but slander stings!
The culprit sent me off to car 1 in order to find me as the killer.
I'm sure the culprit didn't expect you to get sick, Master, but since you look like a super easy target, they probably changed their plan and went after you instead.
Once I left, the other master detectives must have fallen asleep because of the drugged drinks.
The culprit then burned everyone to death, setting all those master detectives on fire on purpose. What a psycho!
This was when the culprit put their plan to frame me into motion. First, they carried Aphex's charred corpse to the infirmary in car 1.
The very first body we found.
Then, they deliberately left a fire extinguisher near the restroom I was sleeping in. This was done to prompt me into smashing the door later.
Gotta have someone get inside somehow, or else nobody would find the body.
Next, the culprit entered the infirmary, locked the door, and laid down on the bed with Aphex's charred corpse.
Jumping into bed with a charred corpse! And here I thought chivalry was dead! What a gentleman! I'm actually a little jealous.
A knife and cushion created the red herring.
Hell of a way to pretend to be dead.
Furthermore, the culprit set the room on fire just as I was waking up.
While you were sleeping, I felt someone come into the restroom. They must have seen Ben and timed it.
When I woke up in the restroom and went into the hallway, car 1 was beginning to fill with smoke.
Oh, that's some precise timing!
I caught a glimpse of Zilch in the infirmary, with a knife lodged in his chest.
But it didn't take long for the smoke to obscure everything.
That was when the culprit took out Aphex's burnt corpse, switched places with it, and waited for me to enter the room while hiding beneath the bed.
It's just like a magic trick, switching places under a veil of smoke.
Meanwhile, I found the fire extinguisher extinguisher on the floor, smashed the window, unlocked the room, and went inside.
Just like the culprit planned. And that's why they left the fire extinguisher there in the first place.
After the smoke cleared, I found Zelcha's body, burned to a crisp. At least, that's what I thought. The charred corpse was actually Aphex. The culprit had me completely fooled.
That must have been why they picked the time-consuming method of roasting someone to death. Plus, the body was about the right size.
I bolted out of Car 1 after seeing the corpse.
The culprit was under the bed at that time, huh? They probably laughed at you from there, watching everything unfold like they planned.
I went on to discover the charred corpses of the other master detectives. Around that time, the culprit came out from under the bed and went to the main control room in Car 1. Controlling the train from there, they detached Car 1.
That caused the blackout and shaking, and the power source was switched over to the backup system. So when the train shook, was there or was there not jiggling in my blouse? Take a guess.
While the detached Car 1 was running on a separate track, the culprit went to work, preparing to disguise Car 1 as Car 5.
What about jiggling?
First, Aphex's corpse was carried to the corridor, and the necklace removed earlier was placed back on.
Then the Car 1 number plate was burned so that it couldn't be properly identified.
With everything in place, the culprit went into the main control room, locked the door, and waited for the train cars to reconnect.
And at this time, the culprit was riding in Car 1 on the other track, right?
Yeah, the train, which was only cars 2, 3, and 4 at the time, remained on course.
Since we were in a tunnel, I didn't even realize Car 1 was moving alongside us.
The train we were on went through the tunnel with only 3 cars. When it came out of the tunnel, the car with the culprit in it attached Car 4. Now behind Car 4, that car became Car 5.
The swap was pre-programmed into the train's automatic operating system, right? Technology sure is convenient.
The culprit, riding in Car 1, attached it to the back of Car 4. That caused more shaking, but there was no blackout this time because the power supply stayed the same.
Additional shaking occurred inside my blouse, but the power stayed on.
After that, I mistook Car 1 for Car 5 and walked right in. The culprit wrecked it so much I didn't even notice the door I had smashed when I was in Car 1 before.
Figured there'd been some kind of brawl. But that was part of the culprit's plan, wasn't it? Also, no one would realize it was actually Car 1.
When I found the corpse, I deduced that it was Aphex from the necklace it had on. But I was just rediscovering the same charred corpse from Car 1. The disguised corpse and the car switch completely fooled me.
Using a dead body? Oh, this is a despairingly brilliant idea!
You look despair.
When the train arrived in Kanai Ward, it connected to a different, prearranged Car 1.
And with that, the train once again had 5 cars. So much attaching and
peacekeepers were lying in wait at the station. As the sole survivor, I was set up as the one responsible for the murders.
And amateur Rossi was in on it! That really turns me on!
Ew.
You mean pisses me off, right?
During that time, the culprit stayed hidden in the main control room of the disguised Car 1. And waited for the peacekeepers to haul you in, Master. They were right there at the scene.
After burning all the master detectives, the culprit faked their own death and tried to frame me as the killer. It was a cunning, cold-blooded scheme.
And the evildoer who committed these countless contemptible crimes is none other than... Zilch Alexander!
It was you!
Oh, I was thinking it was gonna be Apex.
This is the truth I've uncovered! Is that it? What's this?
It's the truth. It's the soul of the true culprit who made this mystery labyrinth.
The soul of the true culprit? Wait, what am I supposed to do with this?
Now it's time for the main event! Here we go! It's my time to shine! Surging bloodlust. Overflowing despair. The brilliant soul of Shinigami shall expunge this cursed case. Death to all deplorables. Room to the final mystery labyrinth. Stars shine with so glorious stellar spiral.
Oh, lackluster execution.
Huh? We're back?
What are you talking about now? Your spirit shouldn't be broken. Yet. The peacekeepers will take care of you. We have all the time in the world.
Huh? Ah! Shinigami! Where are you? Nothing here's changed. What's going on? Shinigami? Are you listening?
Get him!
Wait! I know who the culprit is!
What?
It's Zilch! He's still alive. He framed me.
What are you talking about? He's already dead.
Huh?
This is not up for discussion. What a waste of time. Take him away!
Shinigami! Where did you go? This isn't what's supposed to happen!
I'm right here! You're so cute when you panic, so I had to enjoy the view for a bit.
Stop playing around! Why hasn't the situation changed at all?
He must be hallucinating. Taking him down shouldn't be a problem. Take him away! What? He's dead?
Looks like it's over.
Huh? What's over? Shinigami, what's going on?
There's always a price to pay. When I reap the soul of the true culprit, the mystery labyrinth created by the culprit is destroyed. But as a price, the source that created the mystery labyrinth also perishes.
The source perishes? Don't tell me.
That's right, the true culprit dies.
Then that report saying Zilch, the true culprit, was dead.
And that solves today's mystery. The true culprit is as dead as a doornail. You're now innocent and free to go, Master. A happy ending. Roll credits!
There's nothing happy about this. Zilch died because I solved the mystery, right?
Huh? He was a dangerous murderer who killed 4 master detectives. He deserved to die.
I mean, I don't think I'm completely free to go. Not even with Zilch being dead.
In that case, say exactly what I'm about to tell you to that gilded idiot over there.
Okay. Swank, did you just receive a report that Zilch was dead?
How did you know that?
I thought so.
Ah!
If he was alive until moments ago, that changes things about this case. Someone who died in front of my eyes, was alive. This is clearly an attempt by the culprit to disguise the truth. Don't tell me the Peacekeepers lied to try to cover up what really happened. You didn't try to frame an innocent person, did you?
What? You think you can weasel your way out of this? You better not forget you're in Kanai Ward now! You're powerless before the might of the Amaterasu Corporation!
No, I didn't mean...
Hey, don't surrender so easily. You were so close.
That does it! You're under arrest! Listen, you got no right to remain silent, and you got no right to call a lawyer either! Take him away!
Oh, wait!
Hold on just a second! Hey, excuse me. Do you have a minute?
You!
It's all good. Let's stop all the fighting. We
Nagito with blue hair.
follow orders from the higher ups, so let's not do anything that causes unnecessary tension. Falsifying evidence and testimonies is a drag when it comes time to do the paperwork, right? It's tough keeping things consistent. Just forget about all that and leave it to me, yeah? You know, I saw that the true culprit was alive and well just a bit ago.
What?
If you let us go, I'll cook something up in my report to the World Detective Organization. You don't want trouble, right? If the WDO floods this joint because of you. Your punishment might be kind of brutal. So, you know what to do. Leave things well enough alone, as they say.
This guy has a barcode in his head.
Let's go!
Thank goodness that worked out.
Who is he?
Beats me?
I don't know why that got me. Okay. Let's see. Wait, I'm still on the prologue? Is this still the prologue? Oh, fuck me, man. Okay, 1 second. That was not a lie. That is a surprisingly... Can I check out the train again? No. Okay. I guess I'll talk to Nagito clone.
Well, I bet that was quite a long trip for you. Welcome.
Thanks.
You must be Yuma. Yuma Cocoa Head, right?
I am. And you are?
I'm Yako Furio. I was born and raised in Kanai Ward. Just a humble member of the WDO. I'm the director of the Nocturnal Detective Agency, the only detective agency in Kanai Ward. My office welcomes you. Nice to make your acquaintance.
Thanks. The pleasure is all mine. So he's a detective from the WDO. Finally, I've met an ally. He managed to turn away the Peacekeepers, so he must be in high standing.
Really? He's clearly just some careless, middle-aged man. Oh, by the way, don't tell anyone about yours truly. You might have forgotten, but our secret is included in the contract. It'd be terrible if you broke this rule. To be exact, your whole body would be drained of its blood.
Okay, I won't tell anyone.
Well, even if you did, they'd just assume you're some crazy person.
Now, shall we? Oh, by the way, I'd like to hear the details about this incident.
Right. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. It took a while to get through all the proceedings.
They practically interrogated you, right? Kanai Ward is completely shut off from the outside world. Communication devices such as cell phones are confiscated. Cameras are not permitted to leave Kanai Ward either. Even if you smuggle something with reception in, Kanai Ward is a dead zone. Thanks to all that tight closure, nobody's using this fancy station at all.
Did you say no one?
You show a lot of promise, considering how you handled that Amaterasu trouble. I was scared, to be honest. I don't want to deal with them if I don't have to. The thing is, the Peacekeepers always antagonize detectives. As a basic rule, never look them in the eye. They're always itching for a fight. Kinda like mad dogs.
Sounds like Felix.
Right.
Amaterasu Corp doesn't want the unified government or the WDO meddling in their matters. I even caught wind of them hiring a hitman.
A hitman?
They plan to wipe out any master detectives before they enter Kanai Ward. The result of which is this Amaterasu Express massacre.
So Zilch was actually a hitman?
Nope. There was a real master detective named Zilch. He was murdered beforehand and used as a disguise. You were in the first car earlier. The real Zilch is laying dead somewhere in there. There was a separate first car at the station before you arrived where Zilch's body was hidden. Then, the 4 train cars that you rode in would arrive at the station in Kanai Ward and connect with the fake first car. That makes a total of 5 dead master detectives at Kanai Ward's platform. With no master detectives left, you would be arrested as the only culprit. That was the plan.
They would go to such lengths?
Absolutely. Even though the plan didn't work, we still lost 5 master detectives. Given the situation, I'm honestly surprised you survived, Yuma.
That's all thanks to me. You're so lucky to be haunted by yours truly.
Wait, if there was a real Zilch, then the number of people on board the Amaterasu Express, including me, that makes 6 people. The numbers still don't add up.
I, Hoochie, heard from the World Detective Organization that the number of master detectives on the train was precisely 5.
What's the Danganronpa sprites? Because, like, if I want to do a killing game with these characters, I'm gonna have to commission a full-on sprite set for these characters. Because, like, they have sprites, right, Felix? But, like, the sprites are only, like, up to here. Can't really do much with that.
Oh, I'll explain that later. Anyway, let's leave this place. Wouldn't want to give the peacekeepers any ideas.
It's raining.
Hey, you're right.
Who's that guy?
Beats me.
Okay, the prologue is now officially over, and I'm done with this prologue.
I see, I see. Are you gonna remember all of this?
Let's see. Deduction, judgment. Wow, that was so much fun. Yes, save progress. I'm done. I kind of am done. So I think the reason why I'm not huge on this game so far is because Danganronpa, like, I'm kind of comparing it to like what I was expecting it to be like Danganronpa, like I knew it was going to be character driven, but there was only two characters to bounce off of each other for a good chunk of it, which made it kind of. Oh no, that was just chapter 0. We didn't even do the prologue yet. The fuck? Okay, I'm gonna cry now. Oh, we got a hat. Why do we look like a little
There's a
witch?
place I want to show you. It's the best spot to learn about this town. Hey, relax. Don't be so nervous.
Sure.
Don't be so nervous, but my dude just survived a massacre.
Come on, this way.
I'm not sure how I feel about this new fit, guys. The new fit's not really the vibe.
I love the view of the city from here. Oh no, it's like we're always right at the brink of dawn. Although, thanks to them, the real dawn will never rise here.
You mean Amaterasu Corporation?
Even his sprites were updated. I like this new.
Kanai Ward is isolated and out of the UG's reach. Now, Amaterasu is the de facto master of the city. None who wish to live in peace dare defy them. As long as you know your place, life can be pretty good here. Open an umbrella and the rain won't touch you. Wear a raincoat and you can even take a girl cycling. You know what I mean, right?
Kinda.
A while back, our detective agency used this building. But we were kicked out due to a contract dispute. The owner claimed renting the building out to detectives made the place unpopular. In Kanai Ward, detectives aren't even allowed to have their own offices.
Really?
I don't know what the WTO is thinking, but I don't want this town to change. It should stay the way it is. It deserves some peace and quiet. And that's why this time around, I don't want any trouble. It's not easy to negotiate with these people.
I heard that Kanai Ward has a lot of unsolved mysteries.
Screams are part of the daily noise around here. They're kind of like church bells marking sunset. Whenever someone's smiling in that building, someone else in town is weeping. However, we can't go punching the guy who's smiling. We can only offer a handkerchief to those in tears before quietly slipping away. Nothing more is needed anyway. We're not superheroes or anything. We're just detectives.
Just detectives, he says. But he has the resigned smile of someone who's given up. That look tells me exactly the kind of place Kanai Ward is, in a way words couldn't begin to describe.
This fuzzhead dude comes off like an irresponsible geezer. But there's an ominous aura around him. You only end up like that if you've seen death all the time.
Could it be because of this city?
Maybe. Or maybe it's its old man stench.
Shinigami needs some chill. I'm
Hmm?
actually curious to see where this is
Something wrong?
going.
Is there something on my gorgeous face?
I mean, he is kind of hot, though. Maybe it's the blue hair, or maybe it's the fact that he looks like Nagito.
Back in the day, I was rather popular with the ladies. You may think that means I'm no longer so popular. And you'd be right.
The rain, it never stops. Does it rain often here?
Oh, this stuff? Fatalists would tell you that all rain must come to a stop. But for the past few years, the rain in our town hasn't stopped falling.
For years?
Yeah, years. It started around, 3 years ago? Weird, huh? Thanks to that, we have no need for weather forecasts.
A city where it's always raining. No wonder things are so dark and damp here.
The rain sure has changed things around here. Both the city and the people, too. Supposedly, there's something in the rain that messes with our bodies and the environment. But it's all hearsay. No one knows why the rain never lets up. But it probably has something to do with Amaterasu.
Kanai Ward. It's such a bizarre place.
Bizarre, huh? You're not gonna make it here if you find this shocking. You'll be seeing a lot of strange things in this city, I'll tell you that much. But there's no need to overcomplicate things. Everything is just an illusion in the rain. Just think of it that way, and you'll be fine. Trust me, it's easier this way.
Is it?
Well, now that I've finished showing you the town, let's head to the agency.
This place. There's a lot more to it than I thought.
What do you mean?
Oh, it smells so good here. It's like there's a florist on every corner.
Really? I don't see any florists.
I didn't mean it literally. To me, nothing smells sweeter than the stench of death.
The stench of death?
There are gruesome mysteries all over this place. It smells so lovely.
That sounds so ominous.
Hey! The elevator's here!
Right, coming.
What are you doing, Shinigami?
Now then,
Yes.
This game just keeps going. Ah.
This area is called Kamasaki District. It's the busiest and messiest place in all of Ganai Ward. In other words, it's a lively area.
Well, the prologue is like an hour screaming. Okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm gonna update what I called the stream and the last stream. Chapter 0, Part 2, plus prologue. And then I go to Chapter 0, Part 1. Okay. I might as well just run through this quickly and try to get this done.
The neon looks magical blurred in the rain. If there really is an illusion in the rain, I think it'd be the streetlights. I don't have any memories of this scenery, but it still makes me all nostalgic. Perhaps I'm from a city like this one. Or maybe, if you formed my mind into a shape, it looked like this place.
I wonder if they, like, random people here have, like, the Danganronpa eyes. Probably not. They come back. Everybody else seems so depressed here. Why are you so depressed to espresso, man? We're going down this alleyway.
Hey, isn't it weird how it's not flooded, given how it's always raining here?
It looks like they have a good drainage system. See? There's a drain leading to a pipe over there.
That kind of thing creeps me out. Just imagine what would happen if I got sucked in there. Hey! There's a clown in the sewer staring at you!
I love the It reference.
Made you look!
Oh my god, why is this woman over here so fat? I'm sorry, I'm not shaming this character, but like, I'm sorry, but who came up with this character design? Felix, come see this. Fine, look. She thick. She reminds me of Sugar from Total Drama. But fancy.
I explained briefly, but basically, Amaterasu Corp picks on detectives.
So
My
you
colleagues and hired
stated.
assistants all quit. They said working here as a detective was simply impossible.
So, you've been working as the only detective for the whole city ever since?
It's not like I can change careers. I'm a WDO detective, after all. Clients trust me to do the job. Although, most of my requests involve infidelity or finding lost pets.
What about unsolved mysteries?
The peacekeepers get to handle that. Detectives don't even get close.
Oh, interesting.
But now, things could be different since you're all here.
This is a child.
Yeah, I got a feeling things will be a bit stuffy moving forward.
You've been playing for 4 hours. Is this like an old subway? Or is this like a sewer? I think this is a sewer.
Is your agency up ahead?
Like I said earlier, detectives aren't allowed to work in a proper office in Kanai Ward.
Ugh, must we travel this nauseating path? I'm too blue-blooded for this.
The other master detectives are already waiting at the agency. You're the last to join us.
Other master detectives? But everyone on the train died.
Thanks to that hitman hired by Amaterasu. The WDO anticipated interference. They prepared multiple routes for entry into Kanai Ward. They covered their bases. Other master detectives arrived from routes besides the Amaterasu Express. Both official and unofficial members traveled through these various routes.
I see. So it wasn't just the Amaterasu Express.
Amaterasu Corporation caught on and tried to interfere on all the routes. Granted, they deny any involvement. Some routes were completely stamped out. Yours barely made it.
That tragedy happened to others too.
Excluding you, there are 4 others who survived.
Oh.
Unfortunately, a lot of sacrifices were made. But as a result, you could say master detectives of the highest caliber have been gathered here. Each of you did outsmart Amaterasu and made it here after all.
The highest caliber? Hearing Master get complimented really annoys me.
Why?
I wonder what these surviving Master Detectives are like. So exciting, so mysterious.
Here we are.
Where's the agency?
It's right here. All right. Remember this, Yuma. The most important things cannot be seen by the eye.
What? Where did that come from? Okay, sure. Why not?
This is the agency?
I thought my eyes were gonna pop out.
Welcome to the Nocturnal Detective Agency. What, you expected something a bit tidier? I guess I wouldn't call this place clean myself. But isn't it awesome? Our own submarine!
Is this really it? Our office is a sub?
You've been assigned to a sinking ship of a detective agency.
Felix, you're gay. I just want this chapter to be done so I can make my mini pizzas. Where am I in the prologue anyways? Matches. Chocolate. Why is there somebody chilling in the fireplace? What the fuck?
Thanks for waiting, everyone. Our final new member has arrived at last.
Watch it! Don't just come barging in here.
Oh, I already love this character.
Sorry. What are you talking about? This is my detective agency, isn't it?
Victory is mine. Pay up.
Wait, hold on, that doesn't count. It was an accident thanks to the chief barging in here.
Nonsense. You should have expected him to return from his errand. Moreover, you should have realized he was back when our submarine resurfaced.
When you put it like that...
With my logic, anything is possible.
Byakuya and Byakuya in one.
What are they fighting about?
Hey, what are you doing with those matches? No fire is allowed on my sub.
It's just a little game. He strikes the matches one by one. He wins if he lights 10 in a row. But if he fails even once, I win. And he failed. Thus, I get all the cash.
Hang on, it was lit. The chief opened the door, which blew it out. I succeeded in lighting it, so the game continues. Next is the 7th, right? Hey, Ref, how many matches was it? You can check by counting the number of chocolates on the table.
Sure thing. 1, 2, 3.
Hey, don't eat those! We're using them to count! How many are we missing now? 2 or 3? Come on, princess. How many did you eat? Be honest.
2 or 3. What comes after 3? I never remember since I so rarely count that high. Please give me just a moment to recall it.
Oh, I love her. She is just a wholesome little bean.
It's all ruined.
Why don't you count the number of matchsticks you've used instead?
Oh, right. I'll just count the matchsticks in the ashtray. Why in the hell are there so many? Didn't you say no open flames are allowed in here?
It's harder to quit than you think.
Aha! I remember. The number 4 comes after 3. So the answer is 4. Huh? But there is still a chocolate missing.
Hang on, there were more than 4 to begin with. Did you eat another one? You're eating it right now!
It is too delicious. So this is what commoners eat. Interesting.
He's so...
It is simply heavenly.
This is Sonia. This is definitely Sonia.
Time to pay up.
Enough! I'm using my authority as chief to end this game. And no more gambling! Do you understand you're in Kanai Ward? Don't give the Peacekeepers any reasons to drop in on us. Virtue, honesty, and staying the hell out of trouble. That's our motto here at Nocturnal Detective Agency. Got it? Now then, I'd like to introduce you to our final team member. Yuma Coco Head. A round of applause, please.
Nice to meet you all.
I was hoping they'd be amazing detectives, but they all look kind of dumb. I wonder which one of them will die first. Him or me?
Hey, knock it off! They managed to get past Amaterasu's attacks. I'm sure they're all amazing.
Now then, Yuma, let me introduce everyone to you. First, the one sitting over there is Halara Nightmare, a great master detective. The first to arrive at Kanai Ward. The little match boy over there is Desuhiko Thunderbolt.
Wait, who's the match boy?
The beautiful lady next to him is Fubuki Clockford. She is the heiress to the famous Clockford family.
A pleasure to meet you.
She's so cute! I love her!
And the one inside the fireplace?
What, fireplace? Why there of all places?
He says it's calming in there. Anyway, his name is Vivia Twilight.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Oh, this game cast is actually hilarious.
Let's have a seat.
Sit down right here.
Now, all remaining agents sent to the Nocturnal Detective Agency are here. There are a lot less of you than what we originally planned. Well, regardless of how many people we would have gotten, we'd still be no match against the Peacekeepers' numbers. So, we'll keep laying low down here and avoid provoking them, as we've been doing.
Huh? You want to stay submerged in this filthy river? I didn't come here to rot like sewage! I want to make a grand entrance, solve all unsolved mysteries, and become a superstar detective! Oh, and once I'm rich and famous, I'll make you all my assistants.
In Kanai Ward, solving cases won't make you famous. All information is controlled by the Peacekeepers. They simply conceal anything that's inconvenient to them. If you want to be famous in this town, it's much easier if you're a villain.
I see. Got it.
Wait, don't actually do it! Don't instigate anything with those guys. Got it?
I'm just kidding around.
I love Daisuhiko. He's so silly.
WDO gathering master detectives in Kanai Ward. What do they want us to do?
Honestly, I don't know what the WDO is thinking either. I just found out about this recently myself.
You didn't receive any instructions?
Not yet, at least. I'm hoping they'll call us eventually.
I'm still streaming. Yeah. You can say hi to the stream. You showed up on it briefly beforehand. When you were coming down earlier, I was streaming then. So you made a quick cameo there. You're gonna be famous! Did you talk to Mrs. H?
No, we actually just got home not long ago.
Oh.
Well, not long ago. Dennis just had a shower and yeah.
So we're gonna do it tomorrow instead?
Probably tomorrow.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah. Yeah.
But before that, there's something I need to
probably a
verify
better date.
first.
Probably, hopefully, Dennis is okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
Yuma, it's about
I am a
you.
little hungry. I wouldn't mind some mini pizzas.
Want me to make them for you?
Yes, please.
Okay, like one or two?
Two.
Two? Okay. Hey, Wes, do you want a mini pizza too?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's asleep.
I'll make yours.
Okay, thank you.
Huh? Me?
I heard the Peacekeepers talking and learned about it back then, but... Do you really have amnesia?
Huh? Amnesia? Yeah, seems like I do. I don't remember anything from before getting on the Amaterasu Express.
Ah, then you and I are alike. We are amnesia buddies, Yuma.
She's so cute! I love
You
it!
too?
Indeed. I cannot remember what I had for breakfast. I cannot even recall how I got here.
I think you're just forgetful.
Don't make things even more complicated.
My apologies.
What is the source of your amnesia? Is Amaterasu Corporation?
No, it doesn't seem likely. I was still at the station when I woke up.
So you really don't remember anything. I'm surprised you got past Amaterasu's attacks like that.
I probably can't tell him it's thanks to the pact I made with the Death God.
You better not. Talking about me breaks the contract.
I think I was just lucky. Chief saved me in the end.
Well, you can work off your debt to me. So you really don't know who you are? In other words, you don't remember if you're a detective?
That's correct. Oh, but I do have a letter from the WDO. And this outfit is definitely mine because it fits perfectly.
I don't doubt you. That's not what I'm worried about. I've already verified your identity.
Huh? You know who I am?
I didn't just daydream in the park and feed pigeons while y'all were heading here. I checked the routes everyone used and provided support wherever I could. Unfortunately, most of the info was kept secret, so supporting you was all I could do. At the very least, I did manage to obtain info about the Amaterasu Express. Then again, it was mostly thanks to Halara and Desuhiko since they arrived so early.
I got the passenger list from Amaterasu Corporation using my special forte. That ability is top secret, so I'm not gonna tell you about it just yet.
Your name was on the passenger list, Yuma. Once we knew your name, obtaining more information was easy. I researched the histories of everyone on the list.
This doesn't sound like something you need to hear.
What? Of course it is! I might finally get to learn about my past! So, who am I?
The truth might surprise you, but... among the master detectives registered at the WDO, no individual with the name Yuma Cocohead exists.
What do you mean?
5 master detectives were summoned to the Amaterasu Express. That is an undisputable fact. But a detective in training was also summoned.
Oh.
Detective in training?
That's you, Yuma. Looks like you've been working toward being a detective at the WDO. You may be part of the organization, but you haven't earned your stripes just yet.
So, I'm not really a master detective yet?
That sounds about right. You never fail to amuse me, Master.
Despite that, I know for sure you'll be an integral part of our team. I reviewed your profile in the WDO records, and it turns out you have a phenomenal ability.
An ability? So I do have some sort of special power too?
Your record claims that you're a great cook. Would you mind making us breakfast from now on?
It's great. That was rich.
Your lake is made.
I don't know if I can. I don't have any memories about cooking. Never mind. Did my profile mention anything else? Like where I used to live or my personal history?
It didn't have any details of the sort. You see, you've got a trainee's profile, not a proper master detective's.
I see.
You know, trainees are kind of like appetizers at a restaurant, don't you think? I guess that makes you the appetizer detective! Don't worry, I'll do my best to train you from the ground up to be a great detective.
What's wrong? There's nothing to feel ashamed about. Everyone starts off as a trainee. Also, not everyone can use their forte from the get-go. Though some are born rather gifted. Still, no matter how much talent you have, you require the right training to make the most use of your abilities. No matter how smart they are or how dexterous their fingers, no surgeon dives straight into surgery. The same goes for master detectives. If you want to do things the right way, you have to learn it.
So everyone here also trains at the World Detective Organization?
The WDO requires a 2-year training period for all agents, no exceptions. During that time, the agent's paranormal disposition is honed into a forensic forte, specializing in investigation. And those who manage to develop their forte are certified as master detectives.
Like me! Plus, once you become a master detective, you get a detective deed from the WDO.
By the way, not all detectives working for the WDO are master detectives. There are regular detectives, like myself, who don't have fortes.
Oh, really?
I still got my detective deed. It doesn't say master detective on it, but it still holds the same weight. A forte mostly depends on innate talent. Some people will never develop it, no matter how much effort they put in. But that doesn't mean they can't be a detective. Anyone can get a detective deed as long as they complete their training.
So, is that my case as well? I don't think I have any special abilities.
There is no record about your forte. You could be like me and have no special powers.
I knew it.
Who cares about that? You've got me, Master.
Look, there's no need to be so down about having no forte of your own. That has nothing to do with whether you're a good detective or not. Even a kid or a delinquent can be a master detective if they're good at one thing. But detectives with no special abilities must pass basic testing with flying colors before they're certified. So, in fact, you could say those without special abilities make better detectives.
Oh, you're just tooting your own horn, old man.
But being both a capable detective and a master detective would be even better. Such as myself.
You're tooting your own horn, too.
Anyway, whether you have an ability or not, the fact remains that you've been striving to be a detective.
So, I wanted to be a detective.
Also, keep in mind that despite being a trainee, you were given a directive. That's pretty impressive. You must be quite capable. I mean, master detectives were killed, but you managed to survive.
I'm not sure if that's right.
I am sure you shall eventually remember all that you have forgotten, Yuma. Although, I still do not remember what I ate this morning, let alone yesterday's weather.
It was raining. It's always raining.
Oh, right. Is she this dumb on purpose? I think she's putting on an act. Maybe she's a giant skink. It's boom kill time if you fall for her, Master.
I didn't do anything.
By the way, my agency treats both trainees and detectives as the same thing. To all you master detectives, you better not drop your guard or the rookie here's gonna steal your thunder. Got it?
Go ahead and try. Too bad for you, rookie. I'm gonna take all the medals.
I have no desire to compete.
Real.
You senior detectives sure are a handful. Vivia, anything you'd like to say to the newbie?
No, not really.
A call?
That's the direct line to the World Detective Organization. So, they're finally contacting us. All communication in Kanai Ward is shut out from the outside world, so that phone is rather special. And, obviously, it's kept secret from the Amaterasu folk.
If they're contacting us, maybe they'll finally give us our orders.
Go ahead, rookie.
Huh? You want me to answer?
Master!
Nocturnal Detective Agency. Please state your business.
Good work,
He's
all.
ugly too.
I assume everyone is present? So few of you survived. Far less than I anticipated, but considering who survived, this should suffice.
What the hell? Who's this grandpa? He acts like he's hot shit.
Beats me. I've never seen him before. My contact is usually someone totally different.
Perhaps he dialed the wrong number?
No, that's impossible. This is a direct line to the WDO. Who are you? Would you mind telling us your name? A name? Unfortunately, I discarded my name long ago. Now, I simply go by number 1. I'm sure you've heard of me.
He's kind of creepy.
Number 1?
You're joking? Seriously? My sincerest apologies for my rude behavior.
I didn't expect number 1 himself to appear. This must be very serious business then.
Is he a big deal or something?
Number 1 is the top master detective, leader of the World Detective Organization.
The top detective of the WDO?
He rarely ever shows himself. Thus, no one knows his true identity. He is only known among detectives as number 1.
He's the top of the World Detective Organization?
It's just some old man.
Hey!
I am here to give those of you who arrived your instructions. There is a dangerous secret lurking here, which we refer to as Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Kanai Ward's ultimate secret?
However, Kanai Ward's ultimate secret isn't a problem affecting only this city. There is a chance it relates to the ongoing great global mystery.
The tragedy.
That's why I chose to deliver your orders directly. Move swiftly to investigate Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. Doing so will assist us in solving the great global mystery. That is all.
Huh? That's it? How about some clues?
Why do you think you're there? If you're a detective, search for clues yourself. Providing any information beforehand will merely result in misconceptions.
Understood.
Do you
I
recall
like him.
the World Detective Organization's creed? A detective must never overlook a mystery. Any and all truths must be exposed. A detective must always prioritize solving a case. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction. I heard that every single day during training. But it's not something you can easily put into practice.
Is that true, Master?
I don't remember at all.
Mysteries are the greatest threat to humanity. The WDO will not allow mysteries to go unsolved. They shall be eradicated. We must guide the lost souls of victims to paradise in the name of truth. Go forth, proud detectives. Eliminate all mysteries from this world.
Can one of the mysteries be why you look like a walking skeleton with hair?
Hey, did you hear that? We got a direct order from number 1. We play our cards right, we're guaranteed to get promoted. I'm hyped.
It isn't so simple. Just Look at how much we sacrificed to get you here. Kanai Ward's ultimate secret must have something to do with Amaterasu Corporation. Which means we have to snoop on them. They're gonna wipe us out!
So it's a full-on war then. The WDO is serious.
War is awful. I myself am a pacifist.
Queen.
Well, it's something we have to do from here on.
There you go again with your jokes.
Fubuki, were you listening?
Huh? I was. However, I was also lost in my own thoughts.
You weren't listening then!
So, Chief, any ideas about Kanai Ward's ultimate secret?
This place has so many secrets that I have no idea where to start. But one thing that comes to mind is this unending rain, I think.
He said that it has something to do with the great global mystery, too.
I have no clue what that is.
The Great Global Mystery,
Now,
obviously.
Let's sneak into Amaterasu Corp and start gathering up info.
This kid has a death wish.
Don't you dare do anything dangerous like that. It's not like they're leaving secrets in easy-to-reach spots.
Then what are we supposed to do?
You really want to know? The right thing to do is absolutely nothing. Jeez. How did it end up like this?
Oh, come on. You need to snap out of it, Chief.
I've got a bad feeling about all this. Who would have guessed number 1 would show up? Ah! All I wanted was to sink quietly into the river.
Why are you going through a midlife crisis?
Yeah, lives are at stake here. Danger is a daily occurrence in all of Kanai Ward.
I'm used to wagering my life like poker chips.
Thank you.
It feels like my path.
Oh, she's the ultimate gambler.
Maybe for you, but I'm not that way. Who said I
Huh?
wanted that?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
I got it. Let's pretend like we didn't hear a thing.
But dude's tweaking.
No, I know that's impossible. Given the sacrifices that were already made, the WDO can't back down now. I guess we have no choice.
Chief Yako.
Everything that goes down in this city is handled by the peacekeepers of Amaterasu Corporation. They simply fabricate or cover things up in whatever way's most convenient for them. In other words, the truth they're hiding may be connected to Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
Some of these cover-ups may be clues for unsolved mysteries then.
But there are tons of cases where they covered up the truth.
Then what we need to do is clear.
Huh?
Don't stare at me, dumbfounded rookie. We've got to crush each unsolved mystery one by one.
What? All of them?
Yeah, he makes a good point.
I suppose that's one way to solve whatever's going on.
Oh, fine. All right, listen up. Truth be told, I wish this day had never come. But part of me knew that it was inevitable. Our goal now is to expose Kanai Ward's ultimate secret. We'll be up against Amaterasu Corporation. So please, be extremely careful. We don't know what these guys will do to interfere with us. That said, you all survived the deadly trip to get here, so I'm sure you're up to the challenge. We've been trapped in this rain for a long time now, but it's time to put an end to that. Please, help me save this city.
Nah.
You heard me, Master. I love it. Things are getting interesting. Mr.
Does that mean the prologue's done?
In the unending rain, through the winding neon cityscape, draped in my raincoat, I roam in search of my missing memories. What secrets lurk in this labyrinth of drainage pipes?
Oh, there's
I
more
have yet to
characters?
find the answer. The story of detectives facing the darkness that enshrouds the truth is about to begin.
Ruh-roh Raggy. Oh yeah. Okay, you know what? I'm actually kind of hyped for this game now, because, you know, I love a good mystery. The doors. There's a new Makoto, guys! Okay, this game actually seems like it's going to be a lot of fun. Alright. And that is the prologue, boys, girls, and others. Um, and honestly, that was really cool. Um, definitely the game's gone better, like a lot better. Chapter 0 is kind of mid, but I'm glad that we have actual characters to interact with now. So, I'm excited to see where this is gonna go. However, that's a question for another time, because I really don't feel like playing any longer. Um, yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Um, so far my favorite is the heiress. Yeah, she's just a wholesome cinnamon roll.
The faint sound of a ticking clock.
Excuse me.
It's against the sound of rain. Is that the timbre of water splashing a ship in the night? Or is it the sound of a wedge driven into the wheel of fate? Every time
Pink
that
blood.
vault's door closes, I search again for a reason to open it.
The pink blood is back, y'all. I repeat, the pink blood is back. Oh. We are done. Exit game settings. I mean, I saved the game, so... Yeah, I think that's all for today. So, anyways, without any further ado, bye, Poison Girls and others. Hope you had a fun time during this stream. And, I'll see you all in the next one. Bye! Hmm? I know you're awake. You're not good at convincing me with that smile. I'll pull you off the couch. You're not convincing anybody. I see you. Hi. I know you're awake. Come on. Oh, you're beating up. You feeling okay? Felix, answer my question. Are you feeling okay? Hi. Can you see me? Hi. Are you feeling alright? Your head's burning up. You feeling okay? Alright, I'm gonna get Nikki to make you some food. No. Yep. No. Yep. No. Hi. Corey. You need to eat. No. Why? Not hungry. Your turn. Okay, that game honestly isn't so bad by where it's left off. Oh. Ow. Should've just done that to wake you up. It's time to have a drink of water. What? You know what? I'm gonna break the rule that I made for myself. I promised myself I was never gonna watch Fuller House again. Or Full House because of the actor for DJ. She's homophobic. Allegedly. She refuses to, she decided to switch acting companies because they only did traditional marriages, or she were real marriages. AKA straight marriages. And she also, like, kind of dissed JoJo Siwa for being gay.
There's a lot of things to hate JoJo for.
It was before she became really controversial. It was when she, like, first came out as queer.
You know, I kind of doubted her when she came out, literally just because it was her.
I really want to watch Dance Moms. It feels like it would be a really funny show to watch. Sitting on the dance floor. No, I just want some childhood nostalgia.
So I can't watch Fuller House until I find a way to watch it.
It's on Netflix.
Full House isn't.
Should be.
No, only Fuller House is.
I don't think that's right. Anyways, I prefer Fuller House.
I want to watch the Full House before I watch Fuller House, though. Which means I just can't ever watch it.
I'm sure it's on here.
Oh, they took Full House.
They did. Oh, well, I want Fuller House.
Shush, everyone! Stephanie and
No.
What?
No.
There's so many references to the old show, it's fine.
No.
You're a butt.
girls are out of here!
But this is our home.
Look, if you want us out of here, then you're gonna have to call the cops. Let's get up and
Are you in here?
Sorry, what's happening? I just finished streaming like 5 seconds ago.
Something that could be big enough.
Fish bowls are actually really bad for fish.
What the fuck else do I do? Like the tanks are like $20.
Don't get a fish.
Don't do a fishbowl.
Fish bowls are probably the same amount of money from the dollar store. Just get the good thing that's gonna help the fish.
Guys, I don't have Amazon Prime. I can't just buy a fish tank off Amazon anymore.
I can't take care of it.
I have to wait till my mom gets paid for Amazon Prime, and none of us know when that is.
Tell your mom to stop being a broke bitch.
Oh, I've tried to, but she's been hit me. Oh, no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go watch Barbie Life in the Dream House, so...
Okay. Instead.
Have fun.
Okay, I just got off of a 4-hour stream, so...
And it's $28. Kill yourself.
Why didn't you guys come and watch my stream? Yeah, you have an excuse. I'm talking about Thea, who has no excuse.
Wait, should I get a mini Lego block fish tank? It's pink. Wait,
Okay, can I say something quickly? Sophia, just annoy them in their chat. So much fun. That gives you all the attention in the world that you need.
guys, look at this never ending.
Hilarious.
Ready? Wait.
There's 500 of these. Well, there wasn't. I love that. That is so cool.
Is it cute or is it small?
It's cute, but it's also a little small.
I was gonna say, I feel like it's a bit small. Then again, though, my tank was really small.
Okay, anyways, bye! I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go eat. Love y'all, Pookies.
Oh, yeah, no, tiny. Bye.
Summer days are breezy. We can take it easy at the dream.
This is also one of my childhood shows. It's so silly. Barbie is such a lesbian. Why is she dating Ken?
Never actually fucking paid attention. Man,
Life in the dream.
No, he's just a gay male. Ryan's the trans one.
What do you think, Midge? These will rock the runway for sure.
5 seconds in those and I'd have bunions the size of grapefruits.
Excellent choice, Barbie.
Thanks, Closet.
A 4-inch heel is optimal for Teresa's.
Oh wait, that's why. Because she spends most of her time in the closet.
Ken's a trans lesbian.
Based evening gown.
Can you believe Teresa designed her own line? Can't wait to model it. Can't wait. Teresa's very first fashion show. I bet it's gonna be perfect. It's a disaster!
Teresa, what happened?
Is it the runway? The dresses? Did you forget how zippers work again?
No, Nikki, my lunch order! I asked for my free-range yogurt dressing on the side.
You heard me, Ryan. Get over to Teresa's fashion show and make sure it is an epic flop.
Man, are you handsome or what?
Stop that. Look, the plan is Barbie gets stuck here and misses the show, and I swoop in and strut my signature moves on the catwalk.
What's in this little plan for me? Or us?
Isn't it obvious? Barbie will be upset. She'll need a pleather-clad shoulder to cry on.
Me likey. Never hurts to be seen with good-looking people.
Look, girls, this'll look amazing with Teresa's vintage tunic ensemble.
Sorry, Babs, running late. Give me a quick sec to grab some frou-frou and we can bounce. Now, where's that evil button? It's around here somewhere. Aha! Oops, late for my mani-pedi. See you there, Raquel. Toodles.
What in the world?
Bow before my unparalleled sartorial smartness.
Closet, what's gotten into you? Usually you're so polite.
What's gotten into me? Trillions of terabytes of fashion knowledge. More than enough to become the greatest fashion designer ever. Join me, and together we can rule the fashion galaxy.
No way am I going along with that.
Then I'll keep all of you here as my prisoners until you agree.
Don't worry, guys. When we don't show up at the runway, Ken will come rescue us.
Elevator closed for repairs? Ugh, what kind of tacky hovel doesn't have a second elevator? Ugh, I'll have to take the stairs. How medieval. I'm trapped. I'm gonna die here. Even worse, one of my color-changing nails is chipped.
Barbie's never late. I wonder what's keeping her. Not to worry. Raquel's bringing Barbie. They should be here soon.
Yeah, because Raquel always has Barbie's back.
Totally. So, can you show me where the shoes are? You know, the ones that are mega important to the success of the show.
Oh, sure.
Now that improves the scenery. My Barbie sense is tingling. I'm coming, Barbie! Hey!
Ken, Closet has us trapped. He's trying to force me to help with his plan for worldwide fashion domination.
Don't worry, Barbie. I'll save you.
Well, well. My old nemesis and creator, Ken.
Closet, let Barbie go this instant. She's starring in a fashion show in 1 hour.
Barbie's not going anywhere.
You'll never get away with it. Never!
I got away with that, didn't I? What do you think of your rescuer now, Oh. Nuts.
Glue in the shoes trick. Should slow down the quick changes.
Ryan! Ken's missing. I need a male model. Could you try this stuff on?
Really? You want me up on stage with hundreds of people staring? Oh, who am I kidding? Just give me those.
Let me out of here! I have a fashion show to ruin! I was finally gonna outshine Barbie and feel good about myself for once in my entire life!
She's such a baddie.
Forget that. I was delirious. Your stupid door won't budge. Do something. You know, computery.
According to my Dreamhouse app, Closet has taken over the whole house. That evil button! Still not sure why we installed it in the first place. Okay, we just need to get to the Dreamhouse's CPU and disable it. If only I could remember which room it's in.
What's in here?
I know! The map room! It has a scale model of the dream house. Come on!
There's gotta be another way in. Good thing I always carry the dream house blueprints with me. I got it. I could climb up here, break in here, rappel down here. No, that would only work if the dream house had a second elevator.
Can I help, Ken? Can I? Ooh, a dollhouse! Actually, it's a scale model of the dream house.
Look at those teeny tiny wall sconces.
This'll show us where the CPU room is.
Oh, there it is, right there.
There must be a weakness in the dream house.
What about the thermal exhaust port? A precise hit on it could set off a chain reaction.
Yes, but we'll need proton torpedoes.
Of course! What's a proton torpedo?
You better know what you're doing, Barbie Jr. And Barbie Jr. Jr.
Trust me, there's a door to the outside in the walk-in fridge. That's how they load in our monthly sherbet delivery. Put it right here, boys. This is it, the CPU room.
Escape attempts are futile. Barbie, you will become my spokesmodel. And together, we will... My sensors indicate someone is trying to exit through the freezer.
Now's our chance. Yuck! But brother, the CPU room is locked. Barbie, my feet are wet. And you know how I hate pruny toes.
We're in the dream house's industrial-sized washing machine. Hey, who put colors in with whites?
Teresa, as your featured male model, I'll need a better dressing room.
Excuse me, can't you see she's busy?
Big screen TV, hot tub, chocolate fountain. Wait, make it a chocolate geyser.
Gotta breathe. Oh, I forgot how to breathe. Wait, there it is.
Visibility near zero. Can't even see the 50-gallon drum of raspberry swirl. Uh-oh. Raquel! Wait, I was once an electrical engineer. If I could just...
I'm not articulated for high speed!
We're all right!
There you are. So Barbie, are you ready to join me in world fashion domination?
A little water and suds won't scrub away my integrity.
Then perhaps a trip through the mega clothes dryer will fry you into submission. I'll set it to extra crispy. Oh, my creme brulee is ready. Don't move.
Phew! There it is, the CPU.
I'll smash it to smithereens, and we're out of here.
Wait! Ken installed some security features. Bet Ken. The platform is weight sensitive. We have to replace it with something of equal weight, or its self-defense measures will kick in.
Darn his thoroughness.
It's a long
You.
story. No!
Hurry! The dream house is falling apart!
You're still not joining me, correct?
Correct.
Oh.
Teresa's fashion show! We can still make it!
Coming!
What is he doing? Make it stop. Oh, please, make it stop.
Don't worry, Teresa. Your show is gonna be amazing! Summer, sportswear. Midge, swimwear. Skipper and Stacy handle light and sound. And Ken, for heaven's sake.
only good outfit was
Where are we
Raquel's.
gonna live now?
Not to worry, Barbie. I've been saving this baby for an emergency.
If only that's how houses worked.
Oh my goodness! A whole new dream house!
With two, count 'em, two elevators!
Ken, it's fabulous! Thank you, thank you, thank you! But what about Closet? Is he in there?
Closet? He's the one who caused all this. He almost killed you.
I know, but I forgive him. Besides, it wasn't his fault. It was that darned evil button.
Yeah, I blame whoever installed it. Oh, my bad.
Ow. That's too tight, you ambulatory meat sack.
Watch your language, young man.
You love it, right? Yeah, you love it.
Guys, it's on its way. It's on its way. What is it, Barbie? My copy of Teen Angst magazine? My Little Miss Stuntman starter kit? My unicorn plushie of the month selection? Even better, the new pool slide arrives today. Woohoo!
It's meant to be a reality show.
Something to give the dream house a little flair.
You know you're the only person in the world with an indoor dolphin aquarium, right?
We should kick off the summer with a perf pool party.
Can we help, Barbie?
Can we?
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Don't worry, Barbie. I know how to put a party together. It's gonna be one
Actually, I know a series that we can start. I mean, we could just watch Stranger Things, but I feel like you'd rather watch that on my TV.
Well, that's why the pillow is fluffy. Ooh, it's not exactly a pillow.
New video, one of my favorite YouTubers.
Thomas
It's
the
a pillow.
Tank Engine is a character that needs no introduction. I'm sure that if you've clicked on this video, then you have some amount of knowledge on who Thomas is.
No
But
idea who
he's not
Thomas
the
is,
only
actually.
railway engine to have his own TV show. Another show I've been a fan of from a very young age is Ivor the Engine, a show about a steam engine who works on a small railway in North Wales. Whilst the original Thomas stories are quite firmly grounded in realism, if you ignore the faces, Ivor the Engine was a show that often contained folklore and fantasy elements, allowing the series to tell stories that Thomas and Friends simply couldn't. They're very different shows with their own strengths, but as the two main characters are both locomotives, it raises the question, how would they look in each other's show? It's time to find out. When it came to replicating a Thomas style for this drawing, I haven't tried to replicate the style of one specific artist. There's some C. Reginald Dalby inspiration, but I've also tried to incorporate elements from the TV series, as well as TV series specific artists such as Owen Bell, Paul Nichols and David Palmer. As well as giving Ivor a face, I wanted to draw Ivor's two main human companions, Jones the Steam and Di Station, in a style reminiscent of the human figures in Thomas and Friends. I drew this warm-up sketch of the two of them before committing to drawing them in the main illustration. Ivor isn't based on a specific class of engine, and whilst some small 040 tank engines exist that you could argue look a bit like Ivor, I think it's more interesting to believe that Ivor's backstory is a bit like Percy's. A one-off design, with the documents detailing where and when he was built lost to time. Perhaps Ivor is some sort of Frankenstein creation made using discarded bits and pieces of other engines. His tapered chimney somewhat resembles those of old Midland Railway engines, and his flat-roofed cab looks a bit like those present on William Stroudley's locomotives. The railway that Ivor runs on is called the Merioneth and Llantysilio Rail Traction Company Limited. In its own show, Ivor has M&L RT Co Ltd written on the side of his tanks. Although I've shortened it to just read M&LR, this isn't out of laziness.
The reason is because in real life, railways would often make their abbreviations quite short and to the point. For example, there was a real railway with a similar long-winded name called the Stretford-upon-Avon and Midland Junction Railway. However, the name was usually abbreviated to just SMJ. Then there's the elephant in the room, Ivor's face. In the original show, Ivor didn't have a face, and couldn't talk or emote in the traditional sense, but was still very much alive and would communicate in different ways. Despite not having a face, Ivor did have some features that were arranged in a way that kind of resembled a face. The front portholes are like the eyes, the fleur-de-lis symbol on the front of his smoke box is like a nose, and the ribbon insignia with the railway's initials resembles a mouth. I've tried to use these faux facial features as a starting point for drawing the face, with round eyes, a small nose and a broad grin. The latter makes him look a bit like Howdy Doody, but we'll let him off. It would be interesting to see how different Ivor the Engine would have been if Ivor did have a face. Morning, Jones. Morning, Ivor. Morning, Di. Peep, peep. Hello, said Ivor with a face. Jones, why has Ivor got a face now? Well, I don't know, Di. I went into Ivor's shed this morning and there it was. Well, you can't have a railway engine with a face. It says so in the rule book. You've got to get rid of it. Oh, but surely you don't want me to do that, Di. It might hurt him. Did I stutter, Mr. Jones? Etc., etc. I've given Ivor a black smoke box as is typical of Thomas characters and British steam engines. Another change I've made was to Ivor's boiler mounting. In the show, this is his water filler cap, but since Ivor has side tanks instead of a saddle tank, it's just sending water straight into the boiler, which is not terribly realistic. So I've replaced it with a safety valve and drawn a filler cap on the top of his side tank. I suppose if Gordon met Ivor, he would be quite wary of him, since Ivor is a domeless engine and therefore not respectable. And so, here is Ivor as he normally looks, and here he is in the Thomas and Friends style.
I think he's so cute like that. Very silly.
This was an interesting challenge. Drawing Ivor with a face was an odd experience, but at least I had a fair amount of practice drawing engines in the Thomas style. Drawing in the Ivor the Engine style, on the other hand, it was all new to me. Ivor has quite an interesting art style. The show uses a paper cutout animation method similar to South Park, and the art style plays to the strengths of its animation technique to make it look like a storybook come to life. The colours are muted, but not in a drab, depressing way, instead helping to create a comforting, cosy atmosphere. The show's soundtrack really helps with bringing this vibe across as well. Unfortunately, I can't play any of it due to copyright, but I believe the soundtrack is available to stream on YouTube and probably elsewhere. If you've never watched Ivor the Engine, I definitely recommend giving the soundtrack a listen, or watching the show, whichever comes first. I was first introduced to Ivor during the turn of the millennium, long after the original show had ended. And whilst I was already accustomed to faster-paced, wackier and more action-packed cartoons by this point, there was something about the laid-back, cosy, slightly oldie-worldy vibe of Ivor that really stuck with me, and I honestly think there should be more kid shows like Ivor the Engine nowadays. Also more kid shows with trains in them, because trains are cool. I've drawn Thomas in a location that vaguely resembles Farquhar, in so much as there were a set of terraced houses and an engine shed with multiple berths. In Ivor the Engine, Ivor's shed is depicted with what I can only describe as a belfry. I decided to draw the same kind of thing adorning the sheds in this illustration. I kept Thomas's shape mostly as is, albeit maybe a little shorter lengthwise than usual. However, In keeping with how I've always drawn, I've depicted the splashes and tanks hanging over the running board. I've also written the initials of the North Western Railway on the side of his tank. It's a bit of a fan AU cliche to write NWR on Thomas's tank and his number 1 on the cab side, but I feel like it was the best option here. In a similar manner to Ivor's quote-unquote face, I've given Thomas some sort of facial features. His nose is the North Western Railway coat of arms, and I've drawn a ribbon with the railway's motto, Nil unquam simile, or There's nothing quite like it when translated from Latin. I've tried to make the curvature somewhat match that of Thomas's smiling mouth. In keeping with the cutout animation style of the original show, I've drawn a slight drop shadow on Thomas and his driver. I've also tried to make the steam from Thomas's funnel look a bit like cotton wool.
I really love this person's art.
With all that said, here is Thomas as he normally looks, and here he is in the style of Ivor the Engine. And so, there were my drawings of Ivor and Thomas in the style of each other's show. It was definitely a lot of fun figuring out how each character would work using the design sensibilities of the opposite show, and I'm quite satisfied with the results. I may end up doing more style swap videos like this if people are interested, so let me know what you think. Be sure to comment down below and subscribe for more.
White sex be born a mantis shrimp. Oh, yes, please.
You hatch from an egg, next to thousands of others stuck to your mother's body. A few seconds later, you swim away as fast as you can, before your siblings have the chance to tear you apart. You drift down into the open water, moving away from the cluster of bodies piled above you. Your claws are already formed, but not every mantis shrimp carries the same weapons. Some are born with spined arms built for stabbing soft prey like worms and fish. Others hatch with heavier clubs, strong enough to smash through shells and crack armor. Yours are the second kind. You swim lower toward the sand and hold your place above the bottom. The water around you stays still. No other creatures move close enough to follow. You stay in the open, moving only when you have to, keeping your arms tucked against your body. Then a shadow crosses over you, a large fish, drifting along the seafloor, slow enough that you can see the ripple of its fins. You stop moving. The fish lingers overhead, shifting its angle slightly as it drifts past. You hold still, letting the water move around you. The fish does not turn. After a long moment, it fades into the dark without slowing. You stay still and wait until the sand settles again, then start moving forward, pushing yourself low to the ground where the current is weakest. But the hunger is setting in, and soon you'll have to find something to kill. You are 2 weeks old now, and it's time for your first hunt. You settle into a patch of broken sand and rock, low enough to stay hidden, but open enough to catch movement. You wait there, pressing close to the ground until a small crab drifts into view. It crawls across the bottom without rushing, its legs stirring up small clouds of sand behind it. You slowly creep forward, locking your arms tight against your sides. You line up the crab and swing. The first strike misses, punching a hole in the sand and sending a burst of grit into the current. The crab bolts sideways, scrambling across the ground with panicked movements. You drift after it, closing the gap without rushing. You line up again and punch. This time, the strike lands on the edge of the shell. The crab folds inward, its legs curling tight around the cracked body. You grab it and punch again, splitting the armor open and scattering pieces across the sand. You pull the body close and feed, tearing through soft flesh and broken shell without lifting yourself from the ground. You eat slowly, dragging the remains back toward the shallow dip where you started. Nothing else moves nearby, but the vibrations from your strikes have already spread, and bigger hunters will be looking. Skip forward a bit, and you are 2 months old now. You move along the open sand, pushing yourself forward in short, steady bursts. Small shapes dart away as you pass, but none are close enough to strike. You shift your path toward a patch of broken ground when a large fish spots you from above. It tilts its body and begins drifting closer. You back away slowly, keeping yourself low, but the fish follows, matching your movement without closing the distance. You move sideways, trying to break its line of sight, but the fish adjusts with you, keeping its angle sharp and tight. You move again, drifting lower along the sand, but it stays locked on. You glance away for a fraction of a second, checking the ground ahead for cover. At that moment, the fish lunges with its mouth wide open. You bolt sideways, missing the strike by centimeters. This is when the chase begins. You push forward, weaving and turning across the open ground. The fish follows tightly, snapping at your tail every few seconds. You dodge left, then right, changing angles without slowing down. The sand blurs underneath you as you push harder, but the fish stays close. its jaws flashing open and shut just behind you. You spot a narrow gap ahead, tucked between two slabs of rock. You position yourself towards it, flattening yourself even lower against the ground. The fish lunges for a final strike, but you dive through the gap just ahead of it. It slams into the stone behind you, sending a cloud of sand into the current. You stay hidden inside the gap, holding still until the vibrations settle and the water clears. You escaped this time, but next time might not be so easy. You are 1 year old now, and it's time to build your first real shelter. You settle against a flat stretch of sand and start digging downward, carving a narrow tunnel just wide enough for your body to slip inside. You work slowly, kicking sand out behind you until the hole drops nearly 50 centimeters deep. It's enough to hide you from most hunters, and the loose sand around the entrance hides the tunnel's shape from above. You leave the burrow open and drift out across the bottom, scanning for small prey. The water stays quiet, and nothing crosses your path for a long time. When you circle back toward your burrow, another mantis shrimp is already there. It hangs just outside the entrance, moving slow but keeping its body low to the ground. It spots you and charges forward without hesitation. Its strike misses your side by less than a few centimeters. You back away quickly, shifting sideways across the ground, but the other shrimp follows, swinging its clubs again and again. You lunge forward and swing back, catching its arm with a glancing blow that knocks it sideways. For a moment, the other shrimp stalls. You push forward and strike again, aiming for the side of its head. It deflects your club with a quick turn and counters, swinging low toward your legs. You jolt backward, narrowly avoiding the blow. You swing again, but your strike cuts through empty water. The other shrimp closes the distance instantly, its clubs hammering into the sand just inches from your body. You block once more, but your movements are slowing. It pushes harder, cutting sharp angles around you, forcing you to give ground with every strike. You don't fight for long. The burrow isn't worth dying for. You turn away, abandoning the tunnel without looking back. You can always dig another shelter, but you will not get another chance to survive. You're 2 years old when you spot a large snail crawling across the seafloor, so you move in fast. You line up your strike and punch. The shell holds, but a crack splits along the edge and a flash of bubbles bursts around your club. Your strike moved so fast it tore a pocket of vapor through the water, almost as hot as the sun, creating a second shockwave strong enough to stun prey. But this time, the snail survives. You swing again, deepening the crack and drag the body close. Then you begin to tear at the soft parts without waiting. That's when a shadow crosses the ground. A reef fish circles overhead, drawn by the vibrations from your strikes. You glance up, but stay where you are. The meat is just too fresh to leave, so you stay. The fish fakes a lunge. You flinch, but stay locked on the kill. The real attack comes seconds later. It surges forward with its jaws wide open. You punch upward on instinct, clipping its side. It twists and snaps again, tearing a shallow cut across your tail. You swing a second time, aiming higher. Your club slams into the side of its head, tearing straight through one of its eyes. The fish thrashes wildly, spinning into the sand as blood clouds the water. You don't stay to finish it. You bolt away from the snail, disappearing into the water. The meat still clings to your mouth, but the blood trailing behind you is stronger. You survived, but greed nearly cost you everything. You are 3 years old now. You detect subtle vibrations through the current. They are short and pulsing rhythms that weren't here before. You turn toward them, pushing through the water until the signal sharpens. A female mantis shrimp drifts into view, moving slowly across the ground.
You can tell
swim
it's female
forward,
'cause it has a
signaling
bow.
that you are ready to mate with her. She stays still, so you close the gap and lock bodies. The connection holds for a few seconds, but before it finishes, a second figure moves through the current. Another male mantis shrimp, smaller than you but faster, cuts across the ground. The female twists away, breaking the connection early. You don't stay as well. You push backward, moving out of range before the other male can strike. A while later, you drift forward through the water when another signal brushes against you. It's slower and steadier. You turn and follow it, moving along the seafloor until a second female comes into view. This one watches you closely. As you approach, she raises her clubs slightly, holding them close to her body. You stop and signal again. She holds position, studying you for a few moments longer. Then, without warning, she drops her arms and moves forward. You close the gap and mate quickly. The connection holds without interruption this time, lasting only a few seconds before she twists away and disappears. But you don't follow. You turn toward open ground and drift away from the mating ground. In the distance, something larger is moving, but you don't look back. You move before anything catches your trail. You are 5 years old now. While swimming around, you spot a dead crab lying against a slab of broken rock. Its body is half shredded and leaking into the sand. A pufferfish hovers over it, tearing at the soft parts with quick but powerful bites. You drift closer to snatch some of the crab for yourself. The pufferfish sees you but doesn't back away. You lunge forward, swinging your club at full speed. The punch misses, smashing into the sand just short of the carcass. The water ripples hard around the pufferfish, but it doesn't move. It inflates instantly, swelling into a tight, spiny ball that forces you to pull back. It twists towards you without warning and snaps forward. You dodge sideways, slipping just beyond reach as its teeth snap closed over nothing. It spins and surges after you, snapping again. This time its jaws scrape along your back, causing a small cut. You jump forward, pivoting low across the sand. The pufferfish chases without hesitation, snapping everywhere as you weave left and right. You stop suddenly and swing again, punching toward its exposed side. The strike clips the body but doesn't break it. The pufferfish recoils, twisting into another tight spin. It lunges again, mouth snapping shut inches from your leg. You brace, pivot sideways, and line up one more clean strike. Your club hits with full force, slamming into the softer side where the spines thin out. The body ruptures instantly. A thick cloud of torn flesh and broken tissue bursts outward, spinning into the current. Pieces drift down over the dead crab, sinking into the sand. You grab a small shred of meat and pull it close, biting once before you move. The current is already carrying the scent away. You don't stay to scavenge. You push off the ground and disappear into the darker water before anything bigger comes looking. You are 8 years old now. You drift along the seafloor, scanning for prey. Ahead, a large lobster crouches low against the sand. You move closer, watching for an opening, but stop as you realize the size. It's too big. You back away carefully, trying to avoid getting too close. As you turn, a cuttlefish appears behind you, gliding straight toward your position. You bolt the other way, pushing low against the sand. The lobster holds its ground ahead. You turn left, aiming to slip past, but the cuttlefish rotates sharply, cutting you off. You go forward, trying to dive into a shallow dip along the bottom, but the lobster moves slightly, tightening its stance. You stay still, forced into a narrow gap between two creatures that can kill you. The cuttlefish moves behind you, driving you closer towards the lobster. As you pass within reach, the lobster strikes. Its claw reaches upward, clamps around your head and cuts clean through. Your body folds sideways into the sand. Your head drops separately a few centimeters away. Blood spreads into the current in slow, heavy clouds. The cuttlefish circles once overhead, then disappears into the dark. The lobster pulls what's left of your body down into the shelter of the rocks. Your body is picked apart over the next few hours and the current carries the rest away. Life as a mantis shrimp might be rough, but there's another animal out there that has it way worse. Trust me, it's wild. Check out the video and see for yourself.
Nuh-uh. What this?
Thomas Thierst videos are brought to you by my Patreons and viewers like you. Thank you. I've looked at many train shows on this channel, such as Thomas the Tank Engine. I've also done a retrospective on Chuggington, and I've even covered shows such as Underground Ernie. But there is one other train show that I've yet to cover on the channel, and I'm not lying when I say it's one of the worst, most other train show that I've yet to cover. I've even covered shows such as Underground Ernie. But there is one other train show that I've yet to cover on the channel, and I'm not lying when I say it's one of the worst, most disturbing nightmares of a show that I've ever watched in my entire life. Yes, worse than Thomas, worse than Chuggington, even worse than Underground Ernie. It's a show called The Transporters. Oh no. Oh no. No! Not again! No! Why? The Transporters is without a doubt the most ugly, putrid, disturbing nightmares of a show that I've ever seen. You thought Underground Ernie was bad? You thought that show had dated animation? Well, The Transporters has got nothing on Ernie. This is the most creepy and ugly show that I've ever seen in my whole life. It's awful, it's weird, and it's unbearable. Unbearable. So what the hell even is The Transporters? Who made this? Well, the show is kind of like a cross between Toy Story and Thomas the Tank Engine, where the whole show is set in this kid's bedroom, but when he's not there, his model layout comes to life, similar to Toy Story. But unlike Thomas, where that show had charming little clay faces on the models, The Transporters instead has these creepy, superimposed realistic faces on the models, and it just looks absolutely horrifying. Seriously though, who greenlit the show? Who thought putting realistic human faces onto the front of trains would be a good idea? No. Believe it or not, despite how creepy the show is on the surface, there is actually quite an interesting story behind how the show came to be. From thought experiments on autistic children, to a US dub starring Perry Shale,
Hooray!
to an equally creepy spin-off series starring Rob Rackstraw,
Hello.
to a well-respected university lecturer who does TED Talks. The rabbit hole of the Transporters is surprisingly deep, so today we are going to delve into it, and by the end you'll hopefully have a better understanding of the show. And like before, usual bloke Luke and Play Don't Pause will be doing a watch along with me as we delve into the series. So, sit back, relax, and enjoy as we take a look back at the worst train show ever. This is The Transporters. So after watching that intro, you're probably wondering to yourself, what sort of sick, depraved individual was responsible for this? What if I told you that this abomination was actually created by a college professor? But not just any old college professor, oh no. A Cambridge University college professor who not only has countless books, such as Mind Blindness, The Essential Difference, 0 Degrees of Empathy, Unatypical, and How to Raise a Happy Autistic Child, but also has a knighthood from the former queen herself for autism research? Sir Dr. Simon Baron-Cohen is the creator of The Transporters. Simon Baron-Cohen is a professor of psychopathology at the University of Cambridge. He has a PhD in psychology and is the head director of the Autism Research Centre, also known as ARC. And no, not the same ARC Productions that made Thomas. He's also done countless lectures and he's even done some TED Talks too. He's also cousins to the guy who plays Borat, Shakur Baron-Cohen. Also, is it just me or does it sound like Simon is always trying to do an impression of Sunshine from Tugs?
Although they have social difficulties, have a very strong interest in systems.
Sunshine! So now I'm sure you're asking yourself, why would this well-respected college professor create this creepy as hell show? Well, you see, it all relates back to Simon's study of autism. Simon is an expert when it comes to autism research. He started out as a teacher for autistic children in the 1980s. Simon was so fascinated by this experience with how autism can manifest differently in individuals that he went on to study autism and get a PhD. And this is ultimately what led to the Transporters.
A key area of difficulty for children with autism is reading faces, reading people's emotions, but putting emotions onto vehicles so that they learn to approach and understand the social world through the objects that they find much easier to relate to.
Their findings was that autistic people had an obsession with repetition and ritualistic behavior. They also learned people with autism sometimes found it hard to identify faces. So if someone had a happy or cross or sad expression, certain autistic kids might have a hard time identifying those emotions. Can you see where I'm going with this? From this research that Simon and ARC did on autism, along with getting UK government funding to do it, the team eventually developed a show that would have both a systematized world, which became the model railway layout, and faces that could be easily identified by autistic children. Also, what the hell? Why does this kid have such a cool layout? Look at it. It takes up half the room, and it has functioning water. There is no way this 7-year-old kid built this room by himself. My god, this kid must be spoiled. By putting the faces on the vehicles, this would in turn help them better identify certain emotions and reactions. That's right, the creator of this show was a tenured college professor knighted by the Queen. You couldn't make this up if you tried. The DVD would also have learning segments in between each episode, where the kid would be able to pick the correct emotion that corresponds with the right face. The whole show was basically tailor-made for an autistic child, such as having vehicles like trams, tractors, buses, boats, cable cars, and even a funicular railway, all things that interest many autistic people, along with the model railway layout aesthetic, and a storyteller who gently holds your hand through the episode, narrated by Stephen Fry himself.
As Jamie left for school, the transporters began their busy day.
How the hell did they get Stephen Fry of all people in the show? Really? The famous TV personality, book author, and narrator of the Harry Potter books did the transporters? Really? But I will say this, Stephen Fry is kind of the best thing of the show. He does such a good job as the narrator. He's got a very calm and relaxed voice.
It was a beautiful sunny day in Hillside, and this made Dan very happy.
Honestly, his narration is very nice and chill to listen to.
It's my turn to do the school run today, he said. It's my favorite job.
It's just a shame that his nice and calming voice is a complete contrast to the nightmarish visuals, but I still think Stephen Fry does a very good job as the UK narrator. His calming voice is very good for the autistic children watching. His easy to understand narration, along with the model railway layout aesthetic, and you've got a show that is tailor-made for the autistic mind. Silly Simon, instead of creating transporters, you should have created Minecraft. That would have been much better for helping autistic kids than transporters. That hadn't come out yet. Silly, silly Simon. So there's a bit of an elephant in the room here that I've yet to address. This is a show about talking trains who exist on a model railway layout, and part of the appeal is the predictable movements that the trains make, in that they only go backwards and forward. That, along with the easy to read faces which don't move, make it a perfect show for the autistic mind. Is this reminding you of anything? Any other train show out there in particular you could think of? Oh, if only there was another train show out there about model railway engines with easy to read faces that exist in an easy to understand systematized world. Oh wait, yes there is. It's called Thomas the Tankin Dankin. You know, that famous blue tank engine that runs around in a model railway aesthetic with easy to read faces existing in an easy to understand systematized world with a show that is extremely accessible to autistic people. Yeah, that Thomas the Tankin Dankin. Simon, my boy, there is already a train show out there just like this. It's called Thomas the Tank Engine. This is the show with the easy to read faces that an autistic person would like, not whatever the hell this is. And I think that's the big elephant in the room when it comes to the transporters, even more than those other train shows that I've talked about, honestly, because it kind of feels like that the transporters is literally trying to recreate the success that Thomas had with autistic people. I mean, come on, there is no way that Simon Baron Cohen researched a bunch of autistic kids in 2006 without learning that their favorite show was Thomas the Tank Engine.
That's
Now,
what
I'm
I've
not
been
saying
saying.
that this
He
show
doesn't
is
like
a
to listen
rip-off
to
of
me.
Thomas, but it kind of feels like it is. But I'll talk more about that later. So, the idea was
Yeah,
that the UK
no
government
duh.
would fund the Transporters DVD, and this DVD would be sent out to families for free who had an autistic child in their home. They gave
No,
away
I feel
roughly
that.
40,000 copies of the
No,
Transporters DVD
I'm
to
actually
those
a little
UK
hot.
families. Oh my god, those poor autistic children, I hope they're okay. Considering all of the research and all of the animation and getting Stephen Fry, how much do you think this show cost to produce? Well, what if I told you that the budget for this show was £500,000?
The production costs were about £500,000.
Yes, this show cost £500,000 of the taxpayers' money. Where the hell did that money even go? To the research? To the animation? Clearly not. To Stephen Fry? Well, that probably explains how he got into the show. Really?
I'm
Half a
4
million
out of
pounds
5.
to create this
I know it's in
DVD?
here,
Really?
it's just,
Are you
it's
kidding
black,
me right
so
now? They
it's
even
really
promote
light.
real human faces as a selling point on the DVD. That's not a good selling point, my guy. Why, Simon?
You know, there's probably an easier way that I
Funny
can
enough,
do
though, I was
this.
actually surprised to
What?
learn that usual
Take
bloke
the stuff
Luke was
out.
given the
What are
Transporters
you
DVD
looking
when he was
Where are my
younger because of his
trains?
autism.
Oh.
You were given it when you were younger, was it?
Yeah, so basically, so she
So you
went and
don't
got
get
it,
the
and she
train
sat
on
me
the train,
down with
you
the
got one up
DVD,
by
and
the
she told
bunny.
me, this DVD is going to
No, it's
help
a
you
black one.
understand all sorts of expressions. And I told her,
What?
I don't want to watch it,
Black
it's
by
not
bunny.
Thomas. And she's like, okay, how about I
No,
watch just a
There's,
couple
it's like
episodes
those
with you
ones.
and see what you
well,
think.
there's one
We
that you
watched a
just
couple
put
of
your turn
episodes, not
thingy.
sure how many. She paused it and then
Am I
turned to me and
what?
asked,
Your
so, did you like
No,
it?
that's
No. Do
Jamie.
you feel
Oh.
like you understand
I'm looking
facial
like one of
expressions
those
better?
ones.
No. Okay, would you like to watch them again? And I said, no. Yeah. Oh, also, my sister walked in whilst we were watching it, and as soon as she saw those faces on the engine, she ran out the room in fear.
So it seems that the
No, it's not one of those.
Okay.
There's only 4 out of the 5 here. I'm missing one.
did have a toothbrush. What you doing? Attempting to fix your liner because it's pissing me off and the zipper's only actually half on it.
Yeah, none of those ones are it.
It's not one of these three?
No, it's like one of these ones. No.
These are the only black ones in here. Besides this half.
No.
Yeah, come in here.
It has to be. I know I packed it.
Did you unpack it when we got to your place?
Nope. Like a mystery. Dun dun dun. Maybe it fell out somewhere here. Oh, it's in here. Nope. Well, that's probably it. Yep. See, I told you I packed it. So, Jacob's saying.
Mr. Zipper, why don't you want to work? Your one job, you can't even do it. How hard is it to do your one job?
Did you miss the other side?
Yeah, but it won't even close. How hard is it for a zipper to do one job?
Apparently really hard.
Excuse me, I'm not a foot rest. I'm a foodie.
It's really full. So those are fucking filling. Hey.
Hi, what's up?
The ceiling. The ceiling. You know, the roof, the lights, the sky, the clouds, the sun. That's what's up. No, I just wanted to update you on what was going on. Basically, so you know that Cleo and Landon are still talking, right? Yeah. So, did you ever give Cleo my address?
I don't think so.
Or like, did they see it when I sent it to you?
No.
Okay. Because Landon's family is now going after me.
Maybe. Does his family know you moved?
No.
So they could just be thinking it's your old one.
Maybe, but it's also hard to say. Yeah, Landon's family's now going after me because I'm pressing charges for sexual assault. Um, and like Landon and Cleo still talk, which was one of the reasons why I started distancing myself from Cleo. Yeah. So what happened between you and Cleo exactly, if you don't mind me asking?
I'd just rather not talk about it because there's no point. He thinks he did nothing wrong.
Okay, he thinks that all the time though.
He just would stay at my house for like way too long and just always be touchy and just he didn't listen to my fucking boundaries and he wouldn't listen to my parents.
Oh.
And he ate all my food, so
Oh, that's the worst part. He ate all your food.
All my snacks. And I'm pretty sure he stole from me twice now.
Oh yeah, he stole from Blake so many times.
Yeah. All that stuff.
No, that's fair. No, Cleo at one point sent me like really disturbing pics of themselves without any context or warning. There were like sexual photos of themselves and then like got mad at me when I told them to fuck off.
Damn.
Yeah. Also, Cleo gets way too attached way too quickly.
Mm-hmm. Shit, I should have showed you or sent you the videos earlier today I took.
Of what?
It was just me smoking weed, but I was very impressed with myself because I was able to clear an entire bowl.
Be careful with that, okay? Because I know you don't have the best reactions to weed.
I'm been fine so far.
Okay, just as I said, be careful.
Oh.
Are you still talking to Maria?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Anyway, the funniest thing happened to me
What?
a couple days ago. I got pretty high because Luke had his friends over and we all wanted to smoke some weed together.
Yeah.
And my dumbass thought, "Ooh, I'm gonna treat myself to the new stacked place." Well, I am so fucking high, and everyone was staring at me because I could barely keep my eyes open. And tell me why my fat ass decided to order a bacon grilled cheese with home fries and then these biggest pancakes I've ever fucking seen. And tell me why I ate it all.
Because you were hungry? Because you had the high munchies?
Like, I would never be able to eat that if I was sober.
Yeah, that's what getting high does to some people. It just gives them munchies. I remember, I think it was Chelsea that told me that, like, she got high and she just gets the munchies.
Mm-hmm.
Did you give up?
Yeah. Do you want some carrots and cucumbers?
I'll take some carrots and cucumber.
No, still have that. That's okay.
Thank you.
Alright.
I need some vegetables.
I know you need vegetables, yes.
I'm full of this.
I think.
She was like, "Do you want mini pizzas?" And I was like, "Sure." And she's like, "How many do you want?" I said two because I thought she meant like just like two. I ended up with four.
I said one for breakfast this morning and she gave me two, so.
You already had one?
No, this morning's.
Oh, yeah. I don't.
She just makes what she wants.
Yeah.
She's like, you eat it, right?
She wants to make sure that you're fed.
I'm fed. Fed enough.
We're at my godmother's. We've been visiting, and we're kind of we're leaving Wednesday. It's been a very busy week.
She very grandma energy. She just like, okay, you're here. You get grandma dinner.
Yeah, basically. She used to run a daycare though.
Can I go back to bed?
Yes. Oh, I got 2 new Pokemon games for the Switch as well.
Nice.
I got Brilliant Diamond and I got Pokemon Violet.
Nice.
Yeah.
Like, normally I'm able to call an hour, but this is like my one day of all for like the whole week, basically, so I'm just trying to get to the sleeping as I can.
You know what? Fair enough.
Now I will when I'm done work helps me fucking relax because, oh my god, people are assholes.
I mean, you work what, retail? I think?
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure what working the cash registers would be considered, so.
Who's at a storage retail?
Oh, okay. I don't know. I just worked cash register when I worked at Culbert's, and
It's still a bakery.
God, I fucking hated that bakery. Fuck that place. they're hiring again, and I'm like, I am never working there again. The amount of illegal shit they do there, also the moldy icing, yeah, I could live without that.
It was a lot better before the new owners came in. When it was like the original guy, he was, oh my god.
Yeah, the new owners absolutely suck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would highly suggest avoiding that place and getting people that you know to avoid that place. Only due to how unsanitary it is there.
It tends to be the downfall of little town
Yeah, like,
businesses.
if you guys are to food basics, do not go through Graham's Till.
Why? Oh wait, you told me, you told me, you told me.
Yeah, he never fucking washed the station.
I'm not surprised. He's a boy. Boys tend to be like that. There's like a very few that I know that are like absolutely disgusting.
Like, you could kill people like that.
See, that's just like a cis straight male thing. And like, I don't know why. Like, there's obviously the ones that aren't like that. But like, for some reason,
they're never taught.
Well, like for example, Alex's brother Eric, one of the cleanest people I know.
Some people just have the brain to clean. Some parents teach their kids how to clean, and you got parents who do everything for their kid
Yeah, but
and
it's also
don't
like
make them learn.
boys, for some reason, they love to go like head first into dirt. I don't know what it.
Yeah, that's just because boys are expected to be the dirty, rough kids, and girls are expected to be the tiny little pretty princesses that don't get dirty ever and don't smell.
Alex is a pretty princess.
Fuck off.
I meant that as a compliment.
No, don't ever say that again.
Okay. Alex is a pretty person. Better.
Yeah.
Sorry, Alex is a queen, okay? They rule this world.
Hell yeah.
We rule it together.
I'm like if Sleeping Beauty fucking became the queen.
Real.
Like, no, it's like a Snow White. No, not Snow White, Jesus Christ. Sleeping Beauty and Tiara, whatever the fuck her name is.
Tiana? Yeah, Tiana. Tiana.
Tiana?
Yeah.
If they had a baby, and then that baby became the queen, that's what I would be.
Real. Sleeping frog.
Mm-hmm.
It'd just be the dwarf from Snow White that like sleeps all the time. And
isn't that Dopey? No, that's Sleepy. I haven't
I'd
watched
be a
Snow
mix
White.
of Dopey and Sleepy.
What was the one that doesn't speak?
I think they all speak.
No, there's one that like refuses to speak.
I don't know, but I'd be Dopey and Sleepy's like mix.
Real.
That'd be me.
I'm gonna go back to my royal duties of taking my nap.
As you should.
If only I was able to do that. But no, I gotta be woken up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know how.
Okay, Felix will sleep like all day. Like, there's been times where he's gone to bed at 12 o'clock at night and woken up at 5 p.m. Sometimes 10 p.m.
Sleep.
No.
He needs that sleep.
No, he doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
He sleeps too long.
Okay, sure. Some
Thank
people
you.
just need sleep, though.
Sure. I will.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like, our brains are built to.
You had it's not
We
heavy.
need the more sleep.
Monique, do you have hummus? Oh man. Crying. How am I supposed to eat my carrots?
Like a normal person, you eat them.
I claim the cucumber.
Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah, huh?
You don't get them all.
You had one.
You don't get them all.
Fine, you get two.
No, you split them evenly.
There.
Evenly.
I did.
There's not evenly. Even-ish, I guess.
transporters didn't have the desired effect on Luke as Simon Baron Cohen would have liked. There's usually two types of reactions that people have when they see the show. You either go, oh yeah, I remember that show from years ago, or you go, oh sweet Jesus, what the hell is that thing? There is no in between. Let's give this show a fair chance, starting with the characters. So the cast of characters for the Transporters is surprisingly varied. The Transporters is a show all about this kid named Jamie and his model railway layout, and about all the characters who come to life when he leaves his room. It's very much like Toy Story, as I said, but with a Thomas twist. One thing I do like about the Transporters is the variation of vehicles. It's not just steam engines like Thomas, oh no. We've got trams, we've got tractors, boats, cable cars, and even a funicular railway. Perhaps Oliver here is the same one who works at the Scarloy Railway in the books. Great, that's an image I can't get out of my head now. No. I actually do quite like the vehicle choices in the show. They do feel a little like a hodgepodge of random toys. Like seriously, what the hell even is the shed? Why store a bus and a tractor and a cable car and a funicular railway all in the one shed? But if I had to pick one main character, I think it would be either Charlie or Jenny. Jenny is the kinda main character. I mean, her top says number 2 while Charlie says number 1, so maybe she isn't, but she is the one they put into promos and stuff, so... And she's usually the first character I think of when I think of the show. So Jenny is a very kind green tram engine. There isn't too much to her. She's just a nice, kind character.
It's great to have a friend like you.
And I like the voice that Stephen Fry gives her.
That sounds like fun, said Jenny.
But there is one major issue that I have with Jenny, and it's the fact that she is blackface. No, really, I'm serious. Now, when I first heard this, I thought there's no way they do blackface in a kid's show about talking trains. No way. Oh no. Then it was sent this video with the Transporters actors' real faces. You've got Charlie's actor, you've got William's actor, you've got Barney's actor, you've got Dan and Sally's actor, and yep, there's Jenny's actress, pale as can be.
The horrible smell made Jenny disgusted.
What? Jenny was played by an actress named Sarah Hope, who is by all accounts a white lady, making this blackface. Why, Sarah Hope? Why? Why did you do blackface?
Whoa! Is that blackface, dude?
You can kind of tell too that she's blackface, since the tan on her skin makes Jenny look less black and more like Donald Trump orange, if that makes sense. What I don't understand is why couldn't they have just made Jenny white like the actress who played her? Or if you wanted Jenny to be black, why didn't you just hire a black actress to play Jenny? I mean, you got a black actor to play Charlie, so why not Jenny? Either one of those options would have been better than doing blackface. And then after Jenny, we have Charlie. While I don't like Charlie as much as Jenny, one positive thing I will say about Charlie is that at least they actually got a black man to play him, unlike Jenny, so that's cool. Although he still does look like he wants to devour my soul though. If I could describe Charlie's character, I would say Charlie is a big blue tram and his doors go slam.
I'm a big blue tram and my doors go slam.
And that's kind of all I really have to say about Charlie. Together, I think these two have a nice little dynamic, but both of their faces are still pretty creepy.
Oh no.
And then we have Barney, who is a dinosaur. Well, he's more of a tractor than a dinosaur, but he's still as old as a dinosaur. Barney is kind of like the Edward of the series, where he's very old and wise, but he still enjoys working and spending time with his friends. Sing it with me now, kids! Barney is a creepy tractor of our imagination. His movements are unsettling and his face is an abomination. Along with Barney, we also have Nigel. He's basically Bertie the Bus, but blue.
I'm the fastest.
So the other day when we were at Union Station, right? We went to the bathroom. There was this mother singing to the kid the Barney song to try and get it to go to the bathroom or something in the back of the bathroom. I'm like, what the fuck are you? And it wasn't like the let's team up and kill a dinosaur. No, but actually singing the fucking Barney theme song. And I'm like, what are you doing? Poisoning this young kid who's probably never actually watched the show.
Barney, we also have Nigel. He's basically Bertie the Bus, but blue.
I'm the fastest, he said. No one is as fast as me.
Nigel is a quick and impatient bus and loves speeding around and racing with others. Interesting how they paired him up with Barney in the intro though, since he's the slowest character while Nigel is the quickest. While I don't really like Nigel's design at all, but regardless, I do think they did a very good job with his character. Dan and Sally are the two cable cars. Dan is the purple one and Sally is the yellow one. Dan is a bit of a goofball. He's always pulling funny faces or trying to make the others laugh.
Boo! He shouted, and then made a funny face.
Sally and Dan are the quintessential brother and sister dynamic for sure. Also, Dan somehow has a built-in cap, and Sally has human pigtails as hair. Huh, this really must be the same universe as Tugs then, isn't it? Sally, meanwhile, is a very nice and sweet character, but her and Dan's faces are pretty creepy. Also, does anyone else think that Sally's face looks exactly like my sister's face, or is that just me? But regardless, I do think they're all right characters, but their faces are still a little creepy. And then we have Oliver. This is Oliver? That don't look like no Oliver to me. There can't be two Olivers.
Yes, there can!
By far, one of the weirdest vehicles chosen for the show has to be Oliver, who is a funicular railway car, which is such a random yet oddly specific machine to use for the show. Oliver is a funicular railway engine, and ooh, why does he have a hand?
Oliver was oiling his rails.
It says that he's oiling the rails, but like, do the transporters also have hands? Why? Ooh, that's so weird. Why? Despite his creepy hand, I actually kinda love Oliver. He's an absolute mood in this series.
Isn't it a lovely day? Not really.
I really like that they gave him this grumpy character. I just love seeing him work in the background of episodes being completely done with life. It's so funny.
It's not fair, grumbled Oliver. He was feeling jealous again.
In many ways, Oliver is kind of like the Cranky of the series, where he's kind of stuck in the same place and he's sort of grumpy all the time.
It's always up, up, up.
I also like how Oliver's funicular ramp has to be embedded into the ground, just so his face can line up with the other transporters in the shed. That's pretty funny. I also love Sally's dynamic with Oliver too. These two really have a father-daughter-like bond. The sunny Sally versus the grumpy Oliver. And I do think under all of that gruff, Oliver is actually a pretty sweet guy. I think I prefer Oliver grumpy though, if I'm being honest, because whenever he's happy, he becomes creepy as sin. Go back to being cross Oliver, you creepy guy. And lastly, we have William, who is a chain fairy. Yeah, there really isn't too much to William. He's kind of grumpy like Oliver, just less interesting if that makes sense. Also, why does William just look like Stefano the super cruiser from Thomas? He also has the turning head thing that Top Hat does from Tug, so there's that going for him too.
Oh, I say hello!
Also, I know I said this already, but seriously, how does this kid have functioning water in his bedroom layout? Like, it's not painted on the worktop or anything. No, it's very clearly real water. You can even see a rubber duck floating there. How does all of this water not fall out and flood the place? Like, seriously, this kid is such a massive layout. Just look at it in scale to him. It's huge. It has functioning water, and it wraps all the way around his room. Oh my god. Jamie's whole life is just his bed and his layout, and I'm all here for it. Considering how much they want to make this feel like a kid's layout, my question is, why even bother have this show be animated at all? Like, how much cooler would this show have been if they had actually made props for the show? And I know for a fact autistic kids would have liked it way more. And when you look at this versus this, can you not see why one is super charming and the other hurts my eyes? Now, I know you might say that this is bad criticism of me to suggest that they should have made this whole show live action rather than CGI, since live action could have very well cost more than the CGI. But keep in mind, this show cost £500,000, and it was made back in 2006, when shows like Bob the Builder, Rory the Racing Car, and yes, Thomas the Tank Engine were all in their heyday, and were still being made with physical props. Stop motion was absolutely more viable then, especially on British TV. You're seriously telling me they couldn't have made this show at Cosgrove Hall or something? Considering that all they needed was one set in some bedroom somewhere, it really wouldn't have been that hard to film. So the show kind of operates on Toy Story rules, if that makes sense. But weird wouldn't have been essentially on being raw pounds. And yeah,
Watched Rory the Racing Car as a kid.
me they in some bedroom somewhere. But weirdly enough, in the story, the transporters don't really seem to know that the rules room somewhere. It really wouldn't have or something, considering that all they needed was one set in some bedroom somewhere. It really wouldn't have been that hard to film. So the show kind of operates on Toy Story rules, if that makes sense. But weirdly enough, in the story, the transporters don't really seem to know that they're alive or that they're toys, if that makes sense. Because whenever Jamie is gone, they just go about delivering passengers, like Thomas, I guess? But even the passengers they deliver are just little figurines. They're not real passengers. Well, I mean, I guess that's also true for Thomas, but anyway. Speaking of Thomas, what I don't understand is why the mouths don't move in this show. Like, it's just so creepy.
Making my friends laugh makes me happy.
Like, yeah, I understand in the original Thomas series the faces didn't move or anything, but that was because that was a limitation of the static models, and they only started moving when Thomas went to CGI. But what I don't understand is that this show is fully CGI, and this show also has real human faces that are somehow superimposed onto the characters. So why not have them speak? Again, that's a limitation that older Thomas had, but you don't have that limitation anymore because you have real human actors, and yet you decide to translate that into their faces? Why? Why, Simon? Why? All you needed them to do was mouth the lines the narrator says. There's actually one scene in the series where Jenny kinda mouths the line that the narrator says.
Thanks, everyone. She smiled.
It's super weird because she's only kinda half doing it. Just make the actors speak instead of having them all look like they're constipated. I genuinely think this show would have been better if the machines could just talk normal instead of looking constipated all the time. So many of these elements just feel like they're lifted straight from Thomas the Tank Engine. Like, really? The faces don't move when you have humans playing them? Could you make it more obvious that you're ripping off Thomas, Simon? I think everyone can agree that the biggest issue with the transporters is the faces on the front of the vehicles. This is the first thing that everyone thinks of when they think of the show, because it's just so offbeat and weird.
I didn't turn my cab radio back on. I missed the announcement.
Like, seriously, who thought putting realistic human faces on the front of the vehicle would be a good idea? Well, other than you, Audrey. No. Well, the reason is quite simple. As I said, the whole point of the show was to teach children how to recognize certain facial expressions. So on the DVD of the transporters, the kids would have the option to select the right face that matches the emotion. So on some level, I kind of get why the faces had to be realistic on the transporters, since, you know, that was the whole point of the show. But there's just something so unsettling and creepy about the way the faces move in this show. Like, I was never a kid when I watched this show, but wouldn't this not frighten the hell out of the autistic kids watching? This show feels kind of like what people think Thomas is, like all the creepy faces. But since the whole point of the DVD was for autistic people to learn about emotions, I can understand why the faces exist. What I truly don't understand about the faces, however, is that they don't move. Oh, but the faces need to stay still so they can be easily understandable. But to that, I call BS. Because in CGI Thomas, you can still tell that the character is sad or happy while they move their mouth, because you can tell that they are happy or sad.
It's your new public address off of shows like Thomas than I did by any realistic shows. And I didn't even
So you could still easily have the transporters talk and still understand the expression that they have on their
Bitch!
You made me eat. You can bring it up.
No.
I ate. You can bring it up.
Oh. Do it yourself.
No, you got some 2 feet on her feet.
So do you.
My heartbeat don't work though.
You would do it. You have 2 feet and a heartbeat. Feel it.
I ate. That's
Like,
enough.
can you order McDonald's? Like the ice cream? You said that we could yesterday.
See the next.
You implied it. You said that you would have if it wasn't so late, so I'm doing it when it's not too late. So, in translation, you said that we could.
That's not how that works.
Yes, it is.
Shoot.
Yes, we can. Okay, great.
Let me look at my bank account stories. Yeah.
There's a Dairy Queen. You want to go to Dairy Queen? You just suggested that.
$42.
Want to go to Dairy Queen?
I want food in between Grand Bend and Sarnia. Or Goddard and Sarnia.
Aren't you getting paid?
Supposed to be whenever the fuck the government does their job.
So we can't get Dairy Queen?
I got $42. Unless you got money.
I got $30.
No.
She has a pecan pie.
Ew.
How are you only down to 40? Shouldn't you have another 200? What happened to the 200 I gave you?
You didn't actually give me the full thing, for one.
Sorry, the 150. What happened to that?
What happened is, our trip, because, you know, kind of we eat. Same thing that happened with the rest of my money. Fucking everything is money nowadays.
Did you ask your mom if your check arrived?
She's not gonna tell me, you know that, right?
Why wouldn't she tell you?
Because it'll be, just wait until you get here.
Just tell her that you need the money.
And she'll be like, well, you should have known if you were broke, you're broke. Because she's a butthead.
Or you could just ask. She might just tell you. Just say like, hey, just wondering if my check arrived. I'm really short on money.
Besides, what's it gonna do if it has or not? It's not like that really helps when you're kind of, you know, here.
And she can send photos of the check, and you can fill it in that way.
Bank didn't even like me getting my fucking OSAP money. You think it's gonna let me do the check, considering the way it reacted to you doing your check?
It was only the one check. It was the passport funds check.
Yeah. They didn't like me doing my OSAP. You think they're gonna like me doing
Blame you. This is your fault.
my fault that you dragged me out on a trip?
It's your fault that we don't have money. I blame you.
No, because I was stupid and thought $400 would cover the entire fucking trip. Apparently not.
So what about the poutine truck?
I don't know.
So does it? Are you sure you haven't got any new money yet?
I'm sure.
When will you find out?
Whenever the fuck it actually gets into my account.
And when's that meant to be? They didn't give you a date?
No, they said end of April, beginning of May. But like, it's the government, so you know it could be fucking whenever the hell they want because government, you know.
So, not even McDonald's ice cream?
No, because I need money to feed myself on my way back to my house.
And I'm coming too, so.
Okay, so I need money to feed both of us on the way back to my house. That's not even fucking my house. It's no fucking rules. Or like I have way too fucking many rules for a college student.
Like what?
Just fucking anything, really. Hear the way fucking other people talk about their college, like, oh yeah, I get fucking this much, and my parents helped me this, and this. I'm like, cool. I broke, and my parents helped me with shit all. Well, dad did. Mom gave me a bunch of money, but even that wasn't even enough. She's like, oh yeah, I had so much money for y'all, but like, I don't know where it all went. It just kind of disappeared.
Gee, I wonder where.
Someone tells me she took part of it to help pay for her fucking schooling. She's like, the government paid for mine, and that's it. And I had OSAT money, and all I did was I paid all the loans back immediately because I didn't spend any of that. Like, she's also the person, I'm broke, and then next thing I know, she has fucking 7 packages coming in. But she doesn't even have clothing money, so, you know.
But
She's
she
broke.
literally says she's paying, like, paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah. Because anything else that she would have extra, she immediately fucking spends.
She's like, we're living paycheck to paycheck. No, I'm living paycheck to paycheck.
Fucking Chris makes plenty enough.
But he gives all the fucking money to her.
Yeah.
Which then she blows. And then he has no money. Which isn't fair on him.
No, it's not fucking fair on him or the kids or anybody. You know, it's Chris that doesn't know how to do.
Gonna ask Monique if she has any ice cream. Nick might take us to Metro so we can buy a tub of ice cream. A small one, just for the two of us.
Okay. I feel bad.
No, it'd be with our money.
Your money?
Sure.
See, like I said, I fucking broke.
Or we could split the bill. You have more money than I do.
I have enough food to get us to my house and get you back home. Or food. Just to my house and get you.
So should I just stay home?
No, because you have to get your retainer. Because the government, hurry the fuck up. You know, government and being election, of course.
Get bigger fish to fry. No, if we get the wrong prime minister, we're fucking signed off to Trump.
And then I got even fucking less money. Because they're gonna demand all the student loans immediately and I'm gonna be a fucking debt to them.
Why would they do that?
Because Trump doesn't believe in student loans. He's literally fucking calling people's in the state student loans back immediately. And half of them are still in fucking school and they're like, we're broke. We just gave all that money to the fucking school. Now we're already in debt. And knowing fucking Trump, he would turn all my grant money into fucking loan money and then I have to pay even more.
I don't think he could do that.
Even if he takes over the fucking country.
Still, that's something pre-existing with the former government. I don't think that he has the legal rights to be able to do that.
Nobody thought he had the legal right to do it in the fucking States. Yeah, he did.
I'm telling you now, if Trump becomes the new prime minister, I'm killing myself.
So am I.
Or if Andrew decides to leave the country, I'm coming with him.
Okay, I'll go be in the bottom of the river.
No, if Andrew flees the country, we're both going with him.
I don't know exactly how well that will go, but okay.
Why?
Because he's not. Yeah, he's looking at people's fucking medical records.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. To one, figure out if they changed fucking gender markers or ID or like their names or shit. But then also to figure out what kind of fucking things they've been diagnosed with. To start with the fucking camps. He is literally this fucking the new Hitler at this point.
I don't want to become a part of Hitler. I don't want to be part of Nazi Germany 2.0.
And he's putting them in camps. But like, that's what Hitler
Are we
originally did.
sure they're not going to turn into concentration camps, though?
Who fucking knows? Because that's what Hitler started with. It's for their own protection, it's for their own well-being, it's their health, and it's protecting the well-being of the people. But then their own health and safety turned into fucking millions of people dead.
Hopefully Koi goes with them. Wishful thinking.
If he's even fucking diagnosed with anything.
You really think he was faking?
Clever. Considering step one, or fucking within like a month or two of breaking up with him, oh yeah, I got a job now. But he stated he can't ever work because of disabilities.
What else do you think he faked?
Pretty much his entire fucking existence.
Even the autism?
Literally, yeah. Or if he maybe not faked that, but at least the diagnosed part. Considering he's in the States and his friends.
I feel like he was speaking the school thing.
Probably. Probably just go to school. For all I know, the government could have actually tried to pay me, and then the fucking bank is just being a dick.
You could find out.
No, because that doesn't actually happen. I don't know until the bank decides to let me know.
That's
fucking
why you
3
go.
or 4 weeks later.
That's why you go to the bank.
No, because they won't tell me.
Have you tried before?
Yeah, back in fucking September.
And what did they say?
They're like, oh no, we don't have anything. We don't have anything. Like a month later, it's, you have an issue with your bank. Yeah, no shit. That money is not.
Yeah, but that's my old one, remember?
Oops.
Oh. Ow. He can bite you.
Yeah, totally deep, which is close to me.
I think you say ow and you don't actually feel anything.
No, I do.
That's like me going like, ah, and you going, ow.
Yes, ow. Stop. Like,
I think you just have broken senses. What is cheaper, getting a tub of ice cream or ice cream cone?
I don't know.
See how expensive ice cream cones were at McDonald's?
What?
They're only like $3 right now.
No, they're a lot.
Find out.
Find out. Yeah, sure, because it's not like I fucking.
You have the app.
Yeah, and they're a lot of money.
Just okay, but to you, a lot of money is like $1.
Yeah, when you have $0.
That's what I'm paying for my ice cream cone. Just see how much it is. I need an exact. And a lot of money is not an exact. It might be in Felix Land, but not in.
What part of a lot of money do you not understand?
You're just being stubborn, aren't you?
Again, what part of a lot of money do you not understand?
If it's like $2 to $3, I can afford that.
It's like $5 or something last I checked.
No, you're probably thinking of the blizzards. I mean, McFlurries. The cones are a lot cheaper than that.
No.
Find out. Also, you're flattening Richie's face.
It's already flat.
Stop flattening my husband's face. He does not appreciate this.
It's already flat.
Just look at how upset he is with you.
But it's heavy.
He has feelings too.
Ow! Please stop.
Wait, can you check McDonald's now?
Told you.
I need an exact. I need an exact price. So, check please.
happened to his phone?
What you did?
Not this one. And the other one's dead. At a charge. Just Google it. You have a phone. Corey. I swear to God.
I'm not ordering it, I'm just seeing. If I can figure out how to use your phone. If your phone's already at 33%, it's not dead.
Is dead.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. But you know what I love more? You when you smile. Come on, show me that smile. Show me that Phoenix smile. Order. No. Search. There it is. This one. Well, shady. I just where's the
We'll be better off Googling it.
nutrition order chicken fish I'll try school beverages, sweet treats. It's $2.19. That is not a lot of money.
Yeah, but they're tiny.
No, but there's a lot of ice cream. I like the cones.
That price is for the kids. Tiny one.
No, it's for the regular one. You know, that's the regular one. Okay, I'm going to go get myself an ice cream cone. Want to come with me?
No.
Yes? Okay, great.
Oh.
Yes. Come on, Fifi. Time to get an ice cream cone.
No, I don't have the money for that.
I'm paying. I'll get you one too.
No.
I just don't know how to get to McDonald's. That's really close. It's like a 12-minute walk.
You call that close?
Yeah, that's actually really close for this city. Also, it says 12-minute walk, but it's gonna be a lot faster. It says it's a 2-minute walk. I'm sorry, a 5-minute walk to the Circle K. It's like a 2-minute walk. It's not spread. It's spread. Wow. I'm coming in between.
Playing a game. I don't want a second for that. You've already made me lose this level a million times. Please stop. Whee! How?
After that level, are you gonna come with me to McDonald's? Please. Would please? Is that a yes? No.
Please stop.
I'm trying to lay between your legs.
Feels weird.
You're weird.
And trying to finish this level. Yay! It took me 17 tries. Okay, let's go. No, because my phones are dead. What percentage is that 39, one at? Which is still dead. Just come with me. It'll be quick and I'll pay. I'll pay. Or we just don't have ice cream? Oh, because I really want ice cream. Why? Because I've been craving ice cream for 2 days now. Why? What? Why? I don't know. Why do you have blue hair? Because it's supposed to be green. I didn't fucking listen. Why do you have blue eyes? Because Dad's entire stupid fucking family does. That's a sign of incest. No. Apparently blue eyes is a sign of incest. It's a sign that I'm my dad's stupid fucking child. Anyways, come on, let's go get McDonald's. I don't want to go alone. Then don't go. No, I'm going to go, and you're going to come with me. Says me. So again, says who? Both of us. Come on. I know you want ice cream. Again, says who? Says the fact that you were considering buying it. Plus, again, I'm the one paying for it. Are you just as broke as me, if not more so? Yeah, it's only like $4, so it's not that bad. Not that bad. Until you're complaining that you have no money. Well, I'm getting myself an ice cream, so. Will you at least come for the drive if Nick drives us? No. Oh, I did not close that door fully. Okay, we're going to Metro to get some ice cream. Don't you still have ice cream at my place? Yeah, but it doesn't help me right now. It's only gonna be a small one. For both of us to share. Because sharing is caring. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Isn't that right, Fifi? Come on, where's that smile? You're supposed to smile. So you're gonna come with us to Metro? Yes? Okay. You need to get out of the house. No, I don't. Yesterday was rest day, today is do stuff day. We will also help the cracking in your bones. No. Come on, get up. You're coming with us.
If we're gonna get ice cream, I at least want to get some that both of us will like. And you're picky as fuck.
Black cherry.
Something that's also affordable. Like a small one.
So yeah, nothing.
We're getting a small one, like one of the Ben and Jerry's.
Definitely gonna get one.
No, you like the cookie dough one.
Really? I ate it because I wanted ice cream.
Come on.
That's all I had. No. No.
Come on, you big baby. Are you okay? Felix, are you okay?
Are you okay?
Yeah. I think your legs gave out.
That's not what it says that you carry.
Normally I can, though.
Maybe you just gained weight and now you can't. Oh.